What's up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. This is the YouTube. I'm about to get started over on TikTok, so just bear with me. I'm going to do, another intro as I do. You guys have probably gotten used to that by now. Sitting while black. Trump suing suit. Oh, I got to change my background. Oops. Give me just a second, y'all. I got to change my background before I go live on TikTok. Almost fucking forgot about it. Liberal Loudmouth. Where's my thing? Sitting while black. Trump will sue ABC over Kimmel. Talk about your Sky Daddy. Thank you, baby. All right. I forgot to do my Canva stuff. You gonna? Oh yeah, no. I am live, by the way. It's so delicious. Thank you. All right. I've got this set up. Sorry, guys. Let me do the damn thing here. Got to save that. Change it over here. Motherfucker. Is it done? I think it's done. I think we're ready, y'all. I think we're ready to do this shit. All right. Sitting while black, Trump will sue ABC over Kimmel. MAGA joins so we can chat. Sounds like a wiener to me. All right. Here we go. What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth, and we are live for another installment of What the Fuck is Wrong with This Country. And forgive me, I just took a big-ass drink of an ice-cold, delicious beverage. I won't say which one, but it was ice-cold, and it was delicious. So yesterday, my numbers were all kinds of fucked, but I went live a little later than normal. So I don't know if this is a trend leading into the Oracle takeover, the Israeli propaganda TikTok that it's going to become. For all I know, I'll get fucking 15 people watching. I guess we'll find out. Who's the first one? Susie Q, welcome in. Susie Q, you are the first contestant on The Price is Wrong. I just saw a video. Somebody did a video of this. I think it was like a chuck steak, $99.99 a pound, $82 for this like one, not even a pound of steak. They're like, oh my god! I'm like, that has to be an accident. Like, prices are up, but they ain't up that fucking high. That's crazy. But can you imagine having to pay $100 for a pound of beef? Jesus. I mean, I got that grade A beef, but it ain't that pricey shit. Yeah, so I'm going to wait till some people. Good morning, Jules. How are you? Stands with Fist. Hello. Tony, welcome in, guys. Good to see you. I don't know what's going on with TikTok. They're on one this week, but the numbers are shit. So if you guys could please tap the screen and share it to your friends, share it to whoever, share it to your MAGA. I'd love to hear hear from MAGA. That'd be fantastic. But yeah, I don't know. TikTok's numbers are down pretty much. I don't know if that's across the board. Maybe it's like yesterday was weird, but yesterday was also weird because I cut it in the middle and then came back. Brickhouse loves MAGA. Well, welcome in, Brickhouse. We can't all be perfect. I understand that. I had to take a mental health break. I understand that. Yeah, things were getting kind of crazy. The emotions of MAGA were out on full display, and the true desires of war and LARPing and pewing Democrats was on full display. I mean, we all knew that they were wanting to do that, but then they were like, no, we really want to do it. Like, For real, like somebody else do it though. I just want to go on Twitter and talk about it. I don't want to do it. I want somebody else to do it, and then maybe I'll join in. It's kind of how that went. Which, you know, maybe that's better for the country. They're all just, you know, Cheeto eating in 350-pound, 5'6" white dudes upset at the world because shit ain't going right for them, so they blame everybody else instead of themselves. That happens. My world is exploding both inside and outside my burrow, and it's not okay. Yeah, I feel you, Bunny. I feel you. It sucks. I get it. Yeah, I was wondering what happened to you. I'd sent you some messages on Discord. Haven't heard from you, but that's okay. So I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but this is a couple of things I was gonna talk about since I don't know what TikTok's gonna do. 14 people may be all we get today. The bear rider handcuffed on train after dispute about how he was sitting. He apparently was man-spreading. And I'll try to find that video. Let me see if I can copy this link here. He did record. They gave him a fucking disorderly conduct ticket, and let him continue on his way. It's pretty nuts. He's I don't know that he's famous, but he's not nobody. So
left you on the train because this white woman said she didn't like the way I was sitting on the train. So you call the police. You call the police to arrest the one black dude on the train. I haven't done anything illegal. I haven't done anything illegal. I haven't done anything illegal. I am sitting on a train, and one white woman didn't like my presence.
Look at this old guy.
Resisting what?
He's like, I want to say something racist, but I don't.
What are you trying to arrest me for? You've been disorderly.
They're thinking in their heads, just comply. It'll be a lot easier if you just let them do it. It'll be over before you know it.
On a train. I was sitting on a train, and you're trying to arrest me for what? Can I not even know what you're trying to arrest me for? Because a white woman, resisting what?
Stop resisting. I don't know why you're arresting me. Stop resisting. We don't need a reason. But if we go to arrest you for no reason, the moment that you're like, hey, whoa, what are you doing? They're like, stop resisting, because you have to just comply. Of course, this has been the U.S. for a long time now, right? This is not new necessarily with Trump.
If you arrested, put handcuffs on. I guess you're used to it. She was talking about you. They don't know. They just pointed. They just saw the black guy and they arrested me. 11220.
Yeah. So what's being reported is that he was man-spreading. She didn't like the way that he was sitting. They eventually let him go on his way. They gave him a disorderly conduct ticket. Whatever the fuck that means. Right? That's one of those, well, we just wanted to get you off the street and out of, like, the public air, so we're just going to charge you with this, like, random shit. It'll probably get dropped. It is what it is, but this is the life of people. This is what white people, I don't think, can ever understand truly, because it just doesn't, like, you can know that these things happen, but until you've, like, experienced it in some way, you can't really understand it. And I don't know that it had anything to do with him being black at all. May have had nothing to do with him being black. That's entirely possible. So we got Cryptic on here. I was going to go over one other news thing, but if you want to comment on what I just played, by all means. Cryptic.
Yeah. First, I just want to say thank you for speaking out against that. I just figured that happened this morning, actually. I didn't even know. I didn't really get enough context from the video, so I couldn't tell that much. But I just really came here to ask you, have there any charges have been pressed, or have he ever got anything yet?
Are you talking about that guy there?
The video that just got played. Like, do you know any police record or anything? That's just what happened.
So he was charged with disorderly conduct. That's what they ended up giving him a ticket for, and then let him go on his way, according to the reports.
Oh, so they just let him go back on the train and did they let him go back on the train, or just let him go as if just let him stop being arrested?
Right. Let's see. The officers gave O'Keefe a summons accusing him of disorderly conduct, then allowed him to board another train to his destination.
Oh, all right.
So it
Thank
was
you.
just this lady. Somebody complained about something, and then they just handcuffed the guy immediately. And
So they didn't even try to de-escalate the situation. They just immediately went up to arrest
I
him.
don't know what happened leading into that.
Oh, all right.
The video that I just showed is the only thing I've seen. For all I know, this dude could have been screaming bloody murder on the train and annoying everybody, but I seriously doubt it. I seriously doubt it.
All right, but thank you, though. I just need those are the only few questions I had.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate it.
Mhm.
See ya. All right, we've got Defending wants to come up and talk about that. Defending. I imagine you won't be defending too much as far as the police go.
That's
Is that gross?
It's disgusting. It is just vile. Just another day in America. What do you?
It's Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, and they all look like Mr. Rogers.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I am excited about the special election. We have enough. We have a final Epstein vote secured. So we have the 218.
Shit.
We got the 218, baby.
Shit.
Let's go.
Who was the final one that came around?
Let's go. So Arizona District 7. And I cannot pronounce the name because I am atrocious. Grijalva was the name. Grijalva.
Grijalva, maybe?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's, yeah.
Raul Grijalva, American politician, served as member of U.S. House of Representatives in Arizona from 2003 until, well, it says until he was unalived in 2025.
Grieveville in Arizona, District 7.
Adelita. Is it a woman?
Yes, it's a her.
Okay, so maybe she is...
One Tuesday night, last night. She won last night in 7th District in Arizona.
Ha-ha. There you go. And special elections.
There we go, baby. So we secured the final vote. So we're going to be able to pass that. And of course, it's going to pass in the Senate as well. So we're going to force now that being said, a justice is sitting on these documents, right? So they're going to be redacted.
It was her dad that passed away, and she took over for her dad. That's interesting.
Oh, really?
Yep. Because it was Raul, the guy that I said had unalived. Yeah, this was 2025. Is Raul? That's how the seat came up. That's a little,
Yeah.
When families start going, taking a succession of chairs, I don't know. But so she already said that she's going to vote with them.
Yeah, she's good. Yes, yeah, we secured the votes. Yes, she's voting. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So, but the thing is, though, we know justice is going to redact it. It's going to be black line. But the bigger picture for to my mind is it's going to take the conversation, because Americans have the attention spans the size of a gnat, right? So it's going to put this conversation back into these
where are the files?
Right, where are the files?
Yeah, right. And Jules is asking, what are y'all talking about? We're talking about they needed one vote to secure, to request the Epstein files be released. And with that special election, Adelita Grijalva has now secured that vote. So they're going to vote to release the files in Congress. Because how many Republicans moved over? How many Republicans did they pick
Thomas
up?
Massey, Kentucky,
Mm-hmm.
is sponsoring the discharge petition. So once she's sworn in, then we'll be able to get that vote and secure that, right? So that'll pass in that chamber, and then it'll pass in the Senate. Now, again, justice is they're going to redact it to where there's going to be so much black line. There's not going to be any text in it. We all know this.
Right.
But again, the bigger picture to my mind is that it's going to bring the conversation back to, okay, and maybe we can start shaving off some of these cult members.
That's right.
Possibly.
And it'll just further prove they're covering this shit up, y'all. That's what they're doing.
They do not want any of this because is all over it.
Yep.
He's all over it.
I mean, he's, hell, he probably wrote the damn shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you see, hold on, I got to put this, since we're talking about that, this statue that came up on the National Mall. Did you go?
It came down last night. Park Police
took it down. Those motherfuckers. I
night.
thought he was all about keeping statues up. I thought he made it like some 10-year felony or wanted to if you take down a statue. That's interesting.
Park Police took it down last night.
I got to pull up this statue, though, so everybody can see.
In honor of friendship, a month of friendship. It was in front of the Capitol building. Epstein and Trump holding hands, and he had the Park Police take it down last night.
If you haven't seen it, here it is in all its glory. Somebody put that up. I don't think they know who did that, right? But because remember the Bitcoin statue, right?
The Bitcoin statue,
yes, which was terrible.
The turd on Nancy Pelosi's desk.
Yeah.
Was there
oh
for
my
a while.
God.
And then
Look at
that. Then the turd. Yeah.
Oh my God, that is so funny.
We've had a number of statues.
That
here.
needs to go into the Smithsonian.
Because its own exhibit.
Yes. Yes, the Trump Epstein exhibit. Abso-fucking-lutely. After he's gone, we put that shit in there. We get in touch with whoever made that. And we can
permanent exhibit.
Yeah, we can make them national heroes, right? We can give them medals and shit, medals of honor. Right. That's how we do that,
Right, that's right.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do.
Public art, we support public art.
Well, since you're here, did you see the tweet or the True Social that he did this morning?
No, I don't.
Was it this morning? Okay, so it was last night, 9:35 p.m. Let me pull this up.
With more inch things about Jimmy Kimmel.
Yes, this shit's wild, and this just further goes to prove that this was never about ratings. Never, even though the MAGAs would try to come up on the panel and say it was because he wasn't popular. He says, I can't believe ABC fake news gave Jimmy Kimmel his job back. The White House was told by ABC that his show was canceled. Something happened between them, and now because his audience is gone and his talent was never there, why would they want someone back who does so poorly, who's not funny, and who puts the network in jeopardy by playing 99% positive Democratic garbage? That's, a key statement there. He is yet another arm of the DNC, and to the best of my knowledge, that would be a major illegal campaign contribution. I think we're going to test ABC out on this. Let's see how we do. Last time I went after them, they gave me $16 million. This one sounds even more lucrative. A true bunch of losers. Let Jimmy Kimmel rot in his bad ratings. So he plans on suing them.
There you go. That's it.
This had nothing to do with ratings.
No. And my understanding is that Jimmy Kimmel's ratings the past 6 months averaged 400,000. Last night it was 6.7 million people.
Now say that one more time.
So historically, Jimmy Kimmel's ratings, speaking of ratings, was averaged about 400,000 a night, right? The past 6 months. Last night, his return was 6.7 million.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there you go.
6.7 million. I mean, so it speaks for itself. And that's including Sinclair did not run. Like here in DC, we couldn't see the live feed.
Wow, on the Sinclair, the local broadcast, they've got to be broken up. They need to be broken up.
Yeah,
they're too big. And Nexstar wanting to merge with them, that's too big.
Yep,
these monopolies cannot exist.
No, they cannot. That's the reason why we have these guardrails in place.
Angel, I had brought you up, but it just buffered and then you dropped. So I don't know what that's about. I may go ahead and just have a couple of people on. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I don't want shit to get too crazy like it did yesterday and pretty much any time I bring in a full panel. Stop the Madness is trying to come in. Do you see their box by chance defending?
Yeah, I don't see. Oh, yeah, there he is. He's kind of buffering though.
Okay. You can see him buffering. Okay.
Half there, half not there.
Yeah, which is nuts. But look, I pulled this up. Let me see if I still have the damn thing. Pretty sure I did a. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I did a bookmark for this. This is a very interesting. Because I subscribed to the New York Times. Because I ended up getting like $1 a week or something. You know what I mean?
We're paying for a family $6 a month.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
fabulous, and you get access to the archives, the time machine.
Yep.
They call it.
Yeah, it's a great
So
resource.
I just wanted to pull this up and read to everybody. I may have to zoom in a little bit. This is from February 4th, 1939. I did a video about it this morning, but Goebbels ends career of 5 Aryan actors who made witticisms about the Nazi regime. This is one of the features of dictatorship authoritarians. They don't like comedians. They have very, very, their egos are bruised easily. So, propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels today ended the professional careers of 5 Aryan actors and cabaret announcers by expelling them from the Reich's Chamber of Culture on the grounds that, quote, in their public appearances, they displayed a lack of any positive attitude toward National Socialism and therewith caused grave annoyance in public and especially to party comrades. Yeah. So down here it says, where the fuck was it? Yeah, the 5 included perhaps the best-known German stage comedians who survived previous Chamber of Culture purges and still dared to indulge in political witticisms. Then it names them. Their expulsion means that they are henceforth forbidden to appear before the public in Germany. Yeah, because they weren't... Yeah, it's society rabble that followed them with thundering applause. Parasitic scum inhabiting our luxury streets that seems to have only the task of proving with how little brains people can get along and even acquire money and prominence. Huh. Wonder who that sounds like.
Yeah, authoritarians. And this is nothing new. This
Nope.
This moron can't think of anything on his own. He's just following playbooks from previous dictators.
Oh, yeah.
This is this is nothing new in history.
Right.
That's
and
history
think about
repeats itself.
Colbert, Kimmel, anybody that comes out against him. And I also wanted to point out this other article I ran the same year, March 1st. Because I was just kind of just digging through the old stuff to kind of see stuff. Hitler suspends Reich guarantees left press banned. Emergency decree, which executive order, same fucking difference.
Yep.
Emergency decree to combat communist terror. Voids constitutional safeguard. Curb on states provided. Like right here, last night's fire, which rendered the Reichstag building untenable for at least a year, has provided the expected basis for measures of repression. An emergency decree signed by President von Hindenburg when at the time Hitler was chancellor, to be clear about that, and published tonight, suspended all constitutional articles guaranteeing private property, personal liberty, blah, blah, blah. The decree also authorized the government of the Reich to seize executive power in any German state whose government failed to take, quote, the necessary measures for the restoration of law and order, which is what Donald Trump is also doing.
That's right. Yeah. Again, history repeating itself. If we do not heed the lessons, history, it always repeats itself. I was thinking about Tim revisiting. I go to the Holocaust Museum on an annual basis. I haven't been there. It's been over a year since I've been there. And I'm thinking about going there and revisiting it and maybe doing a live from there. Just to kind of
good idea.
Yeah, right. Just to kind of tell people and show people what fascism and how it starts. And, we're witnessing it right now and living it.
Absolutely. It's it's a different flavor of it, but it's the same fucking ice cream.
It's exactly it. Yeah, exactly right. So, it's just, another day in America.
TMP says, do y'all wake up every day in fetal position? Bet you do. Add tears and sobbing. It helps. That's interesting given the last week of the just sheer volume of MAGA that was crying and carrying on about a guy they don't even know. Yeah. About a guy that Donald Trump, I don't even think give a shit about. Hekate, welcome in. Welcome up. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm okay. Got a bit of a cold.
Uh-oh. Did you wake up in the fetal position today sobbing?
Well, no, a cold
Okay.
tends not to do that to me. I did wake up in the angry position of which timeline is this? Let me off. Who decided this? And I've figured
We know
out
which
who did.
timeline. Enter the Twilight Zone.
That's kind of fun. That's fun, Tim.
I'm sorry. Go ahead,
That's
Nick.
fun.
So I just wanted to make note of after the CK passing in the UK, we had a raging horde of racist people carrying a Palestinian flag, which is the St. George's flag, but he was from Palestine. So it's ironic. Their walking contradiction walked right through the streets of London and stopped the streets of London to be met by a very expensive stage with one of the most racist, is not real promoters in the UK, Tommy Robinson, to host Elon Musk, a monopolizing billionaire, on the screen addressing our nation using words like they, them, us, war, you must fight, they've come for us, this Christian nation must be protected. He even brought up the fact that you guys couldn't afford in the US to have a democratic vote in 4 years, that something had to be done before then to make sure these people never got back in again. So he slated our government, your government. The police just stood there and watched. This guy had permission. These racist people had permission to be there.
Oh yeah,
without
they get like security escorts over here too.
Oh, it's crazy. Whereas
Yeah.
when we were protesting for Palestine, quite often I've seen police brutality. Quite often I've seen things go over the top with the police. I've been there, marched with it, so I've seen the disparity. What worries me is that our government is as sold out as your government as far as your APAC goes.
Yeah.
Sorry if I can't say that. I'm so sorry. As far as your it goes, we've got the same equivalency, of bought and paid for idiots.
Yeah, we're seeing a global push in this direction.
We are.
Yeah,
We are.
It really
Yeah,
is.
Yeah. The globe is turning right. The globe is just every government is turning right, and it has been on this trajectory for the past 40 years, and it's accelerating under the criminal that's here in the United States.
And Canada started to, and then Donald Trump altered their behavior, although I would say Carney is still a little,
I think he's dipping his toes in authoritarianism.
Right, he is, because, once you get in there and you have that power and the ability to do those things, it can rot your fucking brain. That's right.
It's intoxicating.
Yeah.
You like that. It's like, oh, I said it, and oh, look at the power. Wow, that's
right. It's like, because I tell you what, when I'm DJing in front of a crowd of 300 to 500 people, and I tell people, okay, everybody stand up, and they stand up. Okay, everybody to the dance floor, and I instruct them and watch. Is
it a high?
Yes, it is. It absolutely is, because you're like, this is weird. When I first realized I could do that and like control people, it was a weird like sensation. Like it's very addictive. It is very addictive.
Yeah, the endorphins, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that hit. Yeah.
Yep.
And it does happen in churches. When the pastor gets everybody to sing together and stand up and put their hands in the same position, it gets intoxicating, and they put it down to this God outside of themselves, and that is being used as a huge part of this authoritarian fascist takeover.
The movement. Yeah.
They're using religion a lot because that's already impregnated into these people that aren't very religious at all for the most part, but the triggers are there. The supremacy is in religion.
They're predispositioned, I would argue, right? They're kind of already, kind of like that cult mentality, I would argue, right? What's your guys' thought on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. There, religion, I think, speaks to that level of like culty type behavior where you need somebody to tell you what to do, and now you've got somebody telling you what to do, directing you and saying, well, this is the right way to go. Because like if your morality has to come from a book, I don't know. I don't understand that because I've never been that way, So
how to move through life, what's right and wrong, right?
Well, let me look through this book and
Messiah,
let's see. It's like I have no sensation or feeling of my own. I've got to have some outside stimuli telling me what's right and what's wrong. I I don't understand that, but I see it, you know.
Well, there's no internal compass, I guess, right?
Right.
We all have internal compasses, right? On what's right and what's wrong and how to behave and how to respond to the world.
And that's
And-
also why they don't like education, because educated people are more likely to be able to, like, you know, see this and
Self-reflect.
recognize. And yeah, exactly. Self-reflection is a big one. And, you know, maybe that's, you know, over the last 50 years, that's why they wanted our education system to be shitty, so they could more easily manipulate us.
And a lot of Christianity in it. And you're right, I can help people with breath work to get to that state of feeling exhilarated. That can be done through breath work, which is why in the churches you get them to sing, you get them to dance, you get them to stomp their feet, because it moves the energy, but it gives them that middleman, that it's not just them. They can't just have that connection. It's got to be down to this middleman that is man-made. And I think to get over this, finally, we do have to get over that. And there's a lot of people that need to let go of a man-made construct that was always made for oppression. So we're seeing this takeover. So we had Elon Musk address our nation, put down your government openly, put down our
Just
government
recently?
openly.
Did this just happen just recently?
This was 2 days after CK's passing.
Oh, interesting.
So it was very
Okay.
much focused on his passing. We had police stand by. He was able to say things about threatening your democracy in 4 years. He was threatening our democracy in 4 years. And he was telling these idiots to fight, to rise up, to fight us because we are fighting them. They took one of their own, you know, regarding this CK. And so they're using that body in such a ritual way to create such a mass psychosis around the West that it sickens me. So fast forward, so I don't want to take up too much of your time. Fast forward, last night I couldn't sleep with this cold. Synchronicity happened and I listened to that damn UN speech. And I've heard a lot of people say today, you know, we shouldn't worry because this is so stupid. It's so ludicrous. They're going to do something. They are going to do something. So again, it's the they. And I want to say to people, yes, he might have been addressing world leaders, but it wasn't for us. It wasn't actually for the world leaders. He was addressing the same crowd that met in the streets of London with Elon Musk via screen, hurt people along the way, incited terrible violence, and we've had violence against people who aren't as white as jellyfish rise here tremendously in the last few weeks.
He is stroking his base. Let's just get that clear.
And now you get like copycats. Like this happened this morning. I don't know if you guys saw this. 3 unalived shot. Of course, these were detainees. I don't know if this person meant to pew the detainees, but it was at an ICE facility, and the pewer is a sniper in a sniper position on a building nearby. Just started pewing and then unalived themselves. Yeah, the pewer who appeared to be a sniper from an elevated position, firing from a couple hundred yards away, unalived from self-inflicted gunshot wound. And of course, they'll probably blame the left.
Yeah.
For that. Maybe there won't be a big fire that they can point to, but there's going to certainly be a bunch of little things that they say, look, they're lawless. And they'll use that as justification to come after all of us.
Yeah. And I'd love to say to somebody, I don't like to refer to chat, but this is one thing I noticed a while ago. And when the USA don't have religion in government like the UK, my friend, you've got somebody from your White House selling prayers and talking in tongues over people. Don't tell me you don't have religion. So this UN speech was all about religion. He talked about ancestors, marching hills and rising up. It was Aryan Brotherhood talk. That's
and look right in the comment section real quick. El Rocho. We are going to come after all of you. None of us are going to forget.
Forget what?
Yeah, I don't forget, El Rocho, that you guys have historically been violent. You are this is pretext for you. This is something you already wanted to do. and you think you found a reason to justify that.
Right.
This is why you use religion. This is why these colonialists have used religion to enslave people. This is about justifying the bad actions that you have always wanted to do. That's it.
Yeah.
Don't pretend like it's anything else, El Rocho, because you don't just all of a sudden wake up one day and you're like, we're going to be hunting Democrats. You don't just do that. This is something that you've been and had this in your mind for some time. We're not stupid. We see you.
Been trained for generations. Generations of families like this have been trained and conditioned, like you train a dog. Like, it's Pavlov's theory, isn't it? They ring that bell, and these preconditioned, predisposed, racist, prejudiced cells are triggered into a space of permission to actually harm everybody, including your own, especially your own children. Your children without you wouldn't mind playing with anybody.
This here.
So yeah, I agree, liberal. But yeah, it's inciting violence, and it was inciting violence around the world. So when people are putting it down and saying, "Oh, this is it. This is where it's going to end soon," I'm sorry, it's not. It's just being incited now. What they are doing is
just listen to this. I'm sure you guys have heard this shit. Let me try to fast forward real quick.
Good morning to Beth too.
Good morning, Beth.
Morning.
And I just want to, I'm sure some of you have heard this, but just listen to the fucking words talking about inciting. That's what, that's why I wanted to play this. Just listen.
Fearless President Donald J. Trump.
This little bald fucking
and
Yahtzee
hello
here.
To millions of Americans all across this land.
Not that Yahtzee, that Yahtzee.
Who are gathered in sadness and sorrow.
Oh, shut up.
Charlie died. Just fury. That
here we go.
And that fire burns with a righteous fury that our enemies cannot comprehend or understand. When I see Erica and her strength and her courage, I'm reminded of a famous expression. The storm whispers to the warrior.
That expression, for the record, came from Goebbels.
That you cannot withstand my strength. And the warrior whispers back, I am the storm.
Look at this dead-eyed freak.
Erica is the storm. We are the storm. And our enemies cannot comprehend our strength, our determination, our resolve, our passion. Our lineage and our legacy hails.
That right there disgusts me so much.
Yeah, he's
our
vile.
lineage. And he's been this way since he was in high school.
Yeah, he's gross.
This man is he's a disgusting.
He's a sociopath.
Yeah, and and here's the thing: I don't even think most MAGA are like that. But he's going to incite these people and put fear in their minds. Yeah. He makes them afraid of us. This is their goal, and
they're vulnerable.
They're doing it very vulnerable. Yep, they're doing it very well.
Yeah, they're very radicalized.
Beth, welcome in. Take it away.
Well, I just have a question for El Rocho.
Well, here he is.
Yeah. So El Rocho, does it make life easier when you just let other people think and speak for you?
Who's thinking and speaking for me?
I'm not finished with my question.
Yeah, you fucking are.
Oh,
who's thinking and speaking
El
for
Rocho,
me?
quit. Just let her finish her sentence. You got to be, shitty.
So let's start over again. Does it make life easier for you to allow others to think and speak for you?
Nobody's thinking or speaking for me, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, lady.
Why not? First of all, let's back up a little bit. Have I cursed at you? Have I called you any names whatsoever? Because if you
I don't care. I don't care if you did or not. That's how I talk. Get the fuck over it.
So,
you want to talk to me? This is how I talk. Sucks for you.
Sir,
El Rocho, what is it that is upsetting you so much right in this moment? Like what? Like
mostly that you guys are all tranny loving faggots And
Oh,
listen to the
suck,
cunt. Listen
dude.
to
We
this
should have
fucking dumb
insurgency
cunt.
in
I
the
can't.
streets
Listen
so
to
we
this
can just
mega
Yeah,
dumb cunt.
he came up here to try to take the live down. Is what he's doing.
Yes.
That's right. It's just a dumb cunt.
Yeah. El Rocho, look, you've been up on here on the panel, and I really wish that I had a MAGA that would come up here. I wish I'd have 3 MAGA that would come up here and have a conversation, but I can't do that because TikTok, the thing that Donald Trump is about to take over, is just going to keep dinging lives like that for the behavior that you're displaying right there. It's really gross. So,
Well, and beyond that, again, what we are seeing is the disintegration, the continued disintegration of the society, where we cannot have disagreements without getting personal, without getting radical, without getting ruthless, without the vitriol and all of that. I've worked with Republicans, I've worked with Democrats. This is gotten too far. And I've said this a million times. And I am not going to argue with their political viewpoints. If they want to think that, whatever, that's
on them.
That's on them. But the thing about it is they're going to end up suffering just like the rest of us. But they think they're going to be
Are they insulated? Are they insulated or buffered from it?
Yes, insulated, elevated. They're going to be part of the political elite. When in fact, what's going to happen is they will be forgotten just like everybody else.
Right.
And I came in when you guys were talking about the UN speech. I believe, this is just my opinion, that he was speaking to his international base in the hopes of that. See, I don't think he has his eyes set just on America. I think he wants to literally be a world dominator because he is
or
that
at least
delusional.
the corporations that have surrounded him to be in control of them.
Right, the business side of
the
it.
tech bros, honestly.
Right. And so the guy's delusional. You don't take my word for it. Just talk to a psychologist or a psychiatrist or to a behavioral specialist. I mean, they all say the exact same thing about this guy. And all the 2A'ers and again, El whatever his name is,
El Rocho.
El Rocho, you show up at my door, you're going to meet my sisters, Ruger, Smith, and Wesson. And
those are terrible names for sisters. I'm just going to throw that out there. Just throw that. That's like a boy named Sue. I'm sorry. No.
I love their names. They're very powerful names, and they each have their own set of talents and ability, so they can be precise.
I have a particular set of talents. That that movie was awesome, by the way.
Yes, I have a particular set of skills, and each of them have a particular set of skills. So, this ain't my first rodeo, Rocho. I've been threatened before. You guys think that I and others like myself are pacifist and that we just go around.
They underestimate Democrats, and they've done that for a while.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's like they say we're weak, while at the same time they're scared shitless.
Yeah,
well,
they are.
Which is kind of ironic, right? They're like, empathy is for the weak, you people.
Well, they get in their feelings every single time. Every single time.
Oh no, the liberals, they're coming after us.
Right. And what I say to that is, if you enter into my home and you intend to do me harm, what I will do is I will take care of business, go back to bed, and then I'll just clean up in the next morning. Because you mean
let the dog clean it up.
That's right.
There's dinner.
Lick the floor. There you go.
There's dinner. Save me some money. Now that the dog food is getting inflated in price because of Trump's economy. Jeez. I don't. This is like it's crazy to watch this happen, like, in front of us, where they are now so empowered that they just come right out in the open and they know they don't have to be afraid. FBI is not gonna. They're not going to look into people like El Rocho. They're probably going to. Yeah, they're probably going to be like, "Hey, $10,000 bonus. You can come on. You can join us, and then you'll have power over these people. This is what they're doing. And
Well,
but
and I do want to
fuck 'em.
address B. Page and his Tylenol comment. Listen, I'm going to be very clear about this. And again, I've worked in the executive and legislative branch of government. I'm proud of the service that I gave. I'm proud of the people that I worked with. I'm proud of the accomplishments. However, here's what I will say. I have zero problem with any administration coming in and saying, let's review our efficiency. Let's review our policies and procedures. How can we improve? How can we do better? What I cannot and will not support is the slash and burn down to the ground to where we have to rebuild and the taxpayers have to foot that bill. When all you need to do is make a few tweaks and changes. I am not saying that we should not be vigilant about what corporations are putting into our food, into prescribing what medicines
into our brains via media.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I think that's good. But coming out, because remember, Dr. Oz has the majority control in Tylenol's opposition, I believe it is.
His supplement company. I think he owns like 25%.
BL Page was being sarcastic, by the way.
Oh, okay. All right. So
and I honestly, we talked about this yesterday. I don't find this conversation to be all that interesting. Take your fucking Tylenol, listen to your doctor, and fucking that guy isn't a doctor. RFK, neither is Donald Trump, or he'd have been able to deal with his bone spurs back in the day if he had any wits about him. I mean, I don't really care to have that conversation again.
Agreed. How about talking about the shutdown that's approaching? Do we want to visit that one?
I mean, you had brought it up. Eastwood, go ahead. You haven't spoken
mate, how you
yet.
going?
Doing fine, man. It's good to see you. You haven't been on in a while.
Yeah, you hadn't been on in a while. You were sort of off and on. You had the week off, and then
for my banana, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And I think because of it's 1 a.m. here, so whenever I'm jumping on, it goes through the early morning. So I think I had a week down. But anyway, I actually sent you a link on your profile.
Okay.
Because it went to that Stephen Miller clip that you were playing.
Yeah.
There's a guy that just did a very short clip on it, but he compared it to something, and I just thought that this was, this is a very powerful clip because of how he connected some dots.
To Goebbels, I assume, because the storm is coming. Goebbels' speech is, it's not exact, but it's very close. It's 3 minutes.
Play the first minute should be enough.
Okay. All right. Let's do this here. Let's see.
Tricky, so stick until the end. We start with this guy. Remember him? This is Richard Spencer. He briefly became the most famous neo-Nazi in America after Trump's first election with this speech.
Hail Trump! Hail our people!
Remember
Hail
that.
Victory!
This is when neo-Nazis were starting to rebrand as alt-right.
And that was when they started pulling away.
Mask off. If you don't know, Hail Victory is English for Sieg Heil. Anyway, listen closely to this part of the speech.
To be white is to be a striver, a crusader, an explorer, and a conqueror. We build, we produce, we go upward.
And that is a regular neo-Nazi talking point that you hear often these days, that white people build, create, invent things, that they're the source of civilization or whatever. Keep that in the back of your mind, but enough of Richard Spencer for now. Because this rotten, hard-boiled egg is Stephen Miller. He's one of the only high-level White House staffers that stayed with Trump after his first term. And he's Trump's main immigration advisor, the architect of Trump's immigration policy. And even though he comes from a Jewish family, his own family members say that guy totally would have been an SS officer back in the day. Anyway, this is a section of his speech at the Charlie Kirk Memorial.
Our lineage and our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. Our ancestors built the cities. They produced the art and architecture. They built the industry.
which they didn't.
Erica
They made
stands on
other
the
people do
shoulders
it.
of thousands of years of warriors, of women who raised up families, raised up city, raised up industry, raised up civilization, who pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light. The light will defeat the dark. We will prevail over the forces of wickedness and evil. They cannot imagine what they have awakened. They cannot conceive of the army that they have arisen in all of us. Because we stand for what is good, what is virtuous, what is noble. And to those trying to incite violence against us, those trying to foment hatred against us, what do you have? You have nothing. You are nothing. You are wickedness, you are jealousy, you are
so
envy,
disgusting.
you are hatred.
Right.
You are nothing. You can build nothing. You can produce nothing. You can create
And see, they eat that shit up.
nothing.
Oh, I was going to
We are
say,
the
wow,
ones
they're
who
really,
build. We are the
really
ones
all
who
in.
create. We are the ones who lift up humanity.
White
Yeah, things are
supremacy.
getting dark, man. Things are getting really dark. Anyone who knows anything about Nazi propaganda know that that was a Nazi speech. Not even a watered-down crypto-Nazi speech. That is a straight-up Nazi speech from the 1930s. And they feel comfortable doing this because they know that the killing of Charlie Kirk has given them a way to dismiss and invalidate comparisons to the Nazis. But holy shit, is that massive.
Yeah, and you notice that the language changes from Richard Spencer because, you know, he caught a lot of flack from that. And so they realized, well, that language, that direct language isn't going to work, but we want the same message. So then they put it in, you know, illusion is how the illusion with an A, not with an I.
Right.
That's how they,
Right.
and they say this, it's a fucking dog whistle.
A little more covert. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Coded language for white supremacists to be like, please give me more, Daddy Stephen. Fucking pool cue. Or
Yeah. Well, that
a cue ball.
I just thought that the the fact that those two speeches were paraphrasing each other is pretty remarkable.
Probably on purpose.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
For all I know, those two met. Richard Spencer and Steve Miller met on Grindr. For all I know. I mean, I remember seeing that. Remember the a punch of Yahtzee challenge or whatever, and Richard Spencer got smacked in the back of the head. You remember that? You never see that clip? Yeah, he's walking down the street. Dude just runs up and just whack. I mean, not that I condone that, but I mean, you know, when that's how you believe that you're superior to everybody else, you've got some serious fucking problems.
Oh, they're
you've got
dangerous.
serious fucking problems. Yeah, absolutely dangerous.
This movement is dangerous.
Yeah.
Well, there was that other clip that I sent you was a black preacher who's also a doctor, and he just basically said that. I mean, he said it straight, and he said it in a way I've not heard anyone in the last, you know, since the assassination say it. Which he basically said, Charlie Kirk didn't pray to the Jesus I know, and he deconstructed Charlie Kirk's claim to Christianity basically. And it was such a brutal takedown that, yeah, I mean, I don't think I've seen anyone since the assassination.
You know, I got to be honest. I'm sick of having to apologize for their own religion because of all the bastardization that they do of their own religion. I'm getting sick of saying, well, the religion doesn't say this. They're using that to justify what they already want because they just keep doing it. It's been since the history of the creation of, I would argue, the Abrahamic religions. I don't know. I'm just really starting to be soured on religion in general at all.
Agreed.
Oh, yeah.
Agreed.
Well, we're atheists over here, so we don't get it. But
it's
that I don't know, Tim. I think you might get some satisfaction from that other clip that I sent you, and you know, if you wanted to play a minute of that, that'll be my contribution for the next half an hour. Because I just think they're really.
If I may, I would say that if we're going to let people self-identify with respect to gender and choose their own pronouns, we should let people self-identify with respect to religion. Because as Tim says, all the Abrahamic religions tend to be used to justify things that are politically and morally
because in recent
ridiculous.
days.
Well, can I just?
And I think while we should allow people to self-identify, what we should never allow is people to justify political and moral actions based on their religion.
Well, the way that the Reverend dealt with it in the speech that I've sent to Tim is that he said, Jesus tells, I'm paraphrasing, Jesus tells us not to judge, but he does say that you can measure a person's faith by their fruits. So he says, we don't judge, but we are fruit inspectors. And on the basis of the inspection of the fruit, that's the premise, if you like, he uses to then deconstruct that Christianity issue. And of course, he's a Christian reverend doing it, so that's a matter for him. That's not something I'd do, even if I felt that I had the argument to make.
A lot of people would say you're known by your fruits is the translation, but again, the translation has been so distorted and disorganized deliberately by oppressors, by kings. It matters not, but to be known by your fruits is a more predominant translation at the moment and for a long time.
He might have used those words. I think I misspoke, but anyway.
No, they're being known by their fruits. I agree with you. It is a joke. It's a contradiction in terms. They wear the sacrificial thing around their neck, yet they say they shouldn't idolize the dead. They say that they claim to be in love with Jesus.
Well, it's hypocrisy.
Yeah, Jesus didn't. In their own stories, he tips the tables of the temples. He wouldn't be with religion. He wouldn't be down with religion. He'd be on the hippie side. He'd be on the.
Yeah, it's hypocrisy. It's hypocrisy.
Which is their MO.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the hypocrisy. Yeah. So, Tim, did you see yesterday about Trump complaining about the teleprompter?
Yes,
And
I played the fucking hilarious.
Okay, and so come to find, check this out. A safety mechanism was triggered by a videographer on the moving staircase ahead of the Trump ascendant, and he was part of the U.S. delegation. It's his own people.
I saw that.
It's his own.
I know. I saw that.
It tracks. I mean, they're just such a bunch of incapable morons. It's just, of course,
apparently
it was his own
people were calling for booming the UN as a result of the escalator and teleprompter.
Of course. Oh, yeah, another day in America.
Again, this is the violence that just emanates from these fucking people. Any
Jesus
excuse,
Christ.
And maybe they won't actually do it, but they sure as fuck think about it and fantasize about it. And that's how serial unalivers are born. They go through their childhood fantasizing about these things, and then eventually some of them end up doing it.
I try to think.
He used it as a script. I think the escalator was planned. I think it's part of it. He used
No, that's.
Oh, you think they did his own people did it on purpose to create this? Like, look at what they're doing to me.
No. In an effort to document their arrival, a videographer from the U.S. delegation stepped onto the escalator ahead of the president and first lady, which inadvertently stopped the escalator. So they triggered a safety mechanism when that part of the delegation was trying to videotape it. So, I mean, there's no conspiracy theory. Don't be an American with the conspiracy theorist.
let me delve into it. I'll go there, okay? Because honestly, guys, I'm 10 years ago I was really heavy into conspiracy stuff, and I find myself now I'm like I don't trust anything the government's doing right now. Nothing I see makes any sense. So to find answers, you ask questions. Those questions lead you down holes. I have to, pull myself back from time to time.
Yeah, and
that's what I'm here for, Tim.
Okay, so if I finish what I was saying, in that he tied it into that speech so many times alongside Aryan type speech of how we walked hills and climbed mountains in order to colonize and win. So actually, when you listen to speech professionals, when you listen to pattern recognition, you would see that actually this is all scripted. The whole CK memorial was scripted for a rallying cry. He goes on far too much about the mountains climbed by ancestors and how he overcame, and of course then he goes back to him and Melania overcoming this escalator because they're in such good shape. He keeps going back and forth and back and forth. It was a big part of his script. It was. I don't think there's many brave enough people in his own party or any other party right now to do anything to upset the apple cart any more than it already is. If you listen again to the whole thing, he keeps mentioning the escalator, the mountains climbed, the colonization, the winds, the WAR. You know, it's far too tied in if you listen closely.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna hinge on the escalator being like, I don't know, like the Reichstag fire, I don't know. That seems a little.
No, that's
It
not
seems
what's
it
going
does
on.
seem a little weird.
It's a nothing burger.
He's
It's no.
and it is funny though, because like when they step on it and it's it stops moving, they stand there for what seems like forever. Like,
Well, the optics is
What do we-
ridiculous. You
what
know,
do we
and
do?
And
Why
in her
isn't it moving?
And with her credit, she just kind of started going, started
right.
walking up.
Because what do? You keep
know.
fucking walking. Like,
And the moron, doesn't, walk very well. So he was all disgruntled.
yeah, and
the cankles, the escalator's hard on the cankles. And here's what I will say. They cannot hire competent staff.
No, they cannot.
That is part of the problem, is when you can't hire competent staff. Don't be surprised when you get incompetent results.
yeah, if you require a loyalty oath, the people that are loyal to Donald Trump in that way
are morons.
May not be the brightest. It's a meritocracy. I mean, look at Kegseth, Pete Kegseth. Jeez.
I've got no ego or fight in there, but the speech itself, it is a nothing burger, as you said to us, but actually it hasn't been a nothing burger. Like Liberal just mentioned, there was a threat to boom something because of that statement.
Which is
so
weird.
It's not a nothing burger to them, because in his speech, whether it was planned or not, he tied it into his speech over and over again and related it back to colonizing ancestors, winning over lands, going up mountains, going up hills. It was all going up for greatness, for victory. So I've got no ego.
I'm surprised he didn't bring up the fact that it was a white engineer that invented an American engineer that invented the escalator. I'm surprised he didn't bring that up.
CGI into it. And hey, Katie.
You can call me Jenny. Sorry, that's just a business name.
Well, I'm sorry. What did you say?
Jenny, Jennifer, Jen, whatever you like.
She's a little muffled.
Yeah, you come in and out. It'll be really hard to hear you, and then you'll come in just fine. So I don't know what's going on, but just so you know.
Thank you. So sorry.
Yeah, no, you've been talked over a few times, because like I'll hear something and I think it's you talking, and then I don't think everybody can hear you.
Spoken over anybody. I didn't realize.
No, you're fine. I'm saying they're talking over you because your mic is just so low when you start talking. That said, guys, a little bit of housekeeping real quick. I'm not doing the full panel because 8 people is just too much. I think even 5 people is too much. But I do have a gifting goal of 50 bananas. If you want to support the show, please send some bananas. Please tap the screen. We're at 15K. Let's get to 25K as quickly as we can. So if you're in the comments and you're listening, just please get to tapping the screen. I'd appreciate it. It helps push us out to the FYP, and also share it. Just hit the share button, hit copy link, and send it to whoever to get this out to other people if you find this informative or entertaining. Sorry, I think, Beth, you wanted to ask Jennifer something?
Yeah, so Jennifer, I don't think that you're... Set the conspiracy aside. I think that he's an opportunist. And I think you're exactly right. I think that... he's not smart, but he is clever. And he's repeated the same things over and over again, which makes his messaging so incredibly effective. As a communications professional now for years, that he repeats the same things over and over again. And he has learned to tie or to connect the dots so that when the opportunity arises, he brings up that talking point. And that's the same thing. And that was an intimidation tactic. His comment, even though everyone's like, joke, laugh about it, he was not meaning that in a humorous, he intentionally said that to intimidate not just his own staff, but the UN staff and everybody else he can intimidate. So I don't know that you're that far off.
Well, let me pull this up real quick. Let me pause this timer before it starts going off because that can be annoying. Let me play this from fucking Fox News. These.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Fox Entertainment.
just listen.
Jesse, you're the person I go to when I want to know what's behind the story, what's going on with
Give me a
the
fucking break.
escalator. What do you
I
think?
know.
Yeah, they sabotaged him.
Yeah.
And they could have hurt the first lady.
Yeah.
Trump would have fallen and he would have gotten back up. But,
He would have blamed it on his rhetoric.
And then they
These people
sabotaged
are
the
nuts.
teleprompter.
Yeah.
I mean, this is an insurrection. And
This is an insurrection, these people say.
what we need to do is
Insane.
either leave the UN or we need to bomb it.
What the? This is egregious.
These people,
Absolutely egregious.
they know that they can say anything they want, and nobody is going to be there to hold them accountable for the shit that they do.
No.
This is because, Russia wants them to leave. Russia wants the U.S. to get out of everything so it can probably work with China to do that. I think this is all part of, now he's using plausible deniability. It was like, oh, Ukraine can win the war. You're right. After all this time, now you're saying bullshit. He's full of shit. He's a liar. He's a fucking liar.
Yeah, he that is specifically to detract.
Yeah. And they need a storyline.
Of course it is.
I mean, because you've got Brian Kilmeade talking about involuntary lethal injection of homeless people. Just kill them.
Yeah.
Right.
And says nobody says anything about it.
It's absolutely egregious. And their base, and what's so dangerous is their base follows orders. They get direct orders from Fox Entertainment. That's what they mean. There was a guy on the panel earlier, I think, or maybe it was another panel that was directly citing exactly what that Fox Entertainment and Trump was saying about something happened with the Jimmy Kimmel situation. Something happened between, last week and today. They just, it's so dangerous.
Yeah, and for the record, Beach, I dropped you. You are dual paneling, and you were teacupped, so I'm going to bring Angel in, who may be opposition here. So, Beach, you're welcome to come back up later, but I just wanted to throw that out there. I guess he's got two different devices. He's also on Paula's live. Angel, what's up? Said you just got in here. What's up?
I'm doing okay. Yeah, just catching up on the news, but it was interesting what happened. Tim Walz actually made a post about what happened in the UN, which I thought was interesting, saying that if it was indeed, I guess there was murmurings that UN staff members, planned that escalator from working, and if that's the case, he's encouraging an investigation, Tim Walz. So I thought that was interesting. But
well, do you think that we should bomb the UN?
No, no, I know.
Okay. I figured we could get some agreement somewhere in here.
Good call there, Tim.
Do they mean the building when, like at night, when no one's there, or do they mean when it's fully populated? We're going to go to war against 100 countries. I mean, what do they mean?
Wait.
You still have time, Angel. You still have time. So by all means, go ahead.
I didn't see the timer.
No, I jumped in there too, so I've added his time back. Go ahead, Angel.
It's fine. I don't mind. You know me. I was going to say, I think that comment was completely taken out of context. Now, you see, bomb comes from the root word I'm kidding. So, no.
You had me there. I was like, where the fuck is this going?
Right?
I was like going through root words like, what is the root word for bomb? Fucking, you got me. That's good.
What a cunt.
Wow. No, that's pretty good. Wow. And you know what's sad though? That level, like that line of, speak would not have surprised me in the slightest to hear from somebody
Right, that's what
that
was
supports Trump.
straight. It was like, oh.
Yeah.
I'm like, here we go again.
Right.
That's Angel. That's a good one. You know what? Here, I'm going to give you one of these. Let me see if I can find it first. Here we go. Yeah. Hats off to Angel. Anyway,
I'm going to receive this on this live as a
got me, cunt.
I need a troll. I need a troll sound effect. Wait, here's a troll. There's a troll.
There you go. That's a good one.
That's
That tracks.
One of the biggest, best trolls. They're eating the trolls. Fucking, I don't know, man. Yeah, this is kind of nuts. Now, Tim Wall's calling for an investigation. Maybe that makes sense, but
he was mocking. He was mocking the right. Because they always talk about it. Yeah, he was mocking it. He was, because they always talk about the investigations of, let's look into what the Dems are doing. They're, every little, any little mishap. He was mocking. I thought it was pretty good, actually.
Well, he's just getting Trump's getting ready to sue the UN.
Oh, I see. Here's the
for
tweet.
His own people, Beth. For his own people.
Here's the tweet.
For his own incompetence.
Damn it, my thing. Hold on, I'm gonna have to fix my display on that side. I've got to hold on. It's cut off. Anyway, I'll just read it. It says, not only do they you guys can see all that. Not only do they need to be fired, they need to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. It's a miracle the president ever made it up the stairs.
It is a miracle.
So
it is a miracle.
Definitely being sarcastic. That's fucking funny. He was so pissed. He was so pissed when that teleprompter stopped working. You could see it on his face.
And you know what?
Funny.
It's demonstrative of how childish he is.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. When you're in these situations, when I would prepare executive or legislative branch elected officials to go to these types of events, right? It's a serious event. And you focus on the issues of importance. When you are a grown-ass elderly man and you are complaining about a fucking elevator
and a teleprompter. Yeah.
And a teleprompter with, number one, if you don't know your speech already, you don't need to be in this job. But number two, the fact that we have so many other issues to be addressed, and that is your focus, it speaks to the fact that you're a childish nut job.
And wasn't he the one that talked about the Biden-Harris administration being all horrible because they use teleprompters?
Yeah.
Like, I'm confused about all of that.
No,
right?
no.
Like,
I caught that too, because I'm like, he's always talking about that. He's always talking.
Wasn't that part of like Joe Biden is senile and he's half unalived and he needs a teleprompter?
Yep.
I mean, what about all that? I mean, and now all of a sudden, now we need a teleprompter and that's okay now?
But it's still a win. It's still a win for him because he made it out that it's okay. I can speak from the heart because it's better from there anyway. So in MAGA's eyes, in MAGA consciousness, it is a win. It's a win that he's doing. That he's like, and Beth, you're completely right. He's acting like a child, and these people think in toddler-like child mindsets where they love rhyming, they love repetitiveness. They love a fight, they love an argument, but an upper class argument wouldn't hit them hard. An argument about that escalator is about their level. So it's where he goes. And that's why he was chosen by the Heritage Foundation.
Okay, you're cutting in and out again.
Yep. And you forgot grievance. They're all about grievances.
I don't have any problem hearing Jennifer at all.
At first, maybe it's me. Maybe it's
no,
on
no,
my
no.
end.
She was.
I'm
She
having
was.
the problem.
Yeah, she was cutting. She was. It wasn't really that she was cutting her.
It wasn't
was like she
consistent.
was go muffled for a second and then
It's
come
like the
back.
microphone. She's
Like-
moves in and
Yeah,
out.
maybe
from-
it's me. I
Right,
don't know.
moving her. No. It's not just you. I can hear it too.
Yeah, me too.
It's almost like she's getting right up on the phone and then like pulling it away or covering her hand. Like if you're holding the body of your phone, it could be that your finger is like covering the microphone every now and then. That's
Being
possible.
really careful not to, but I'll keep it
Just-
in one spot.
Just like something like this. Just and then just like that.
Like
Try that. We'll see what.
my mouth.
Just-
Okay, I've just brushed my teeth.
Don't do
That's a
that.
good impression, Tim.
I got it. That's Donald Trump's worshippers.
Hey, what did you
So-
think of Kimmel?
I didn't watch the thing because I'd never really watched Kimmel in the first place. Of course, that's beside the point. But I did read. Did you guys see the True Social that he posted last night?
Yep.
No. I wanna
Okay,
hear
so
it.
let me read this. I'll pull it back up. I still got it up here. This freaking idiot. Oh yeah, defending you were here when I. Let's see here. All right, let me pull it up. I can't believe ABC fake news gave Jimmy Kimmel his job back. The White House was told by ABC that his show was canceled. Something happened between then and now because his audience is gone and his talent was never there. Why would they want someone back who does so poorly, who's not funny, and who puts the network in jeopardy by playing 99% positive Democrat garbage? He is yet another arm of the DNC, and to the best of my knowledge, that would be a major illegal campaign contribution. I think we're going to test ABC out on this. Let's see how we do. Last time I went after them, they gave me $16 million. This one sounds even more lucrative. A true bunch of losers. Let Jimmy Kimmel rot in his bad ratings. So he's going to sue him. And this is why I'm so critical of anybody that settles, especially for a case that you're going to win because they would have won that case. You settle because that signals to him that anytime he wants something, he'll just fucking take your ass to court and he'll just keep doing it. It'll never be enough. He's never satisfied with anything. You do all this stuff and then you don't do one thing. And now
My
you're his
understanding-
enemy.
Yeah, my understanding is that he's had over 4,000 court suing cases in his lifetime. I mean, this guy is a career suer. I mean, this is, he abuses the justice system. He's been doing this since day one.
And then his own base are like, people are so litigious. They sue over everything. These people there, they sued McDonald's for hot coffee. Like, yeah, if you saw that lady's legs, maybe you would understand why in the fuck they got sued. You might have understood that. But don't, they've pushed this so that, only the rich can sue. And if you sue anybody else, because I remember suing my best friend in fucking high school for a bike. I'd worked all weekend long. I did a bunch of like yard work for this guy for a Schwinn bike. I get the bike, I take it over there, and he was really heavy, and he started, he was like 350 pounds, and he started like trying to peel out with it, just broke the bike. And ended up they wouldn't replace the bike. Like his grandma, he lived with his grandma. They wouldn't buy me another one. And so we took him to court and won. And people at school made fun of me. Oh, don't do anything. He'll sue you. Like it was, and I'm like, he broke my shit.
It's great.
What do you fuck you. Yeah, I'm like, fuck right. Like I'm like, fuck you. Like he took something, he broke it, he owes me. I do what, but so that's been the culture that we've been indoctrinated in, is that you're somehow the bad
accountability is
person.
bad.
Yet when Donald
accountability
Trump
is
does it 4,000 times, well, that's totally fine. It's perfectly acceptable because he's a businessman. I'm so sick of this shit.
I know it's so
Like just
so
just
dangerous.
thinking back to that time when
dangerous.
people would fucking just jab at me because of that, just pisses me off. I'm like, fuck every single last one of you. Whatever.
It's dangerous.
And every win for him, surreptitiously, they're living through him by proxy, the same way that they live through stars that they follow or athletes that they follow. They live vicariously through these idols that they put on a mantle. So every win for him is a surreptitious win for them. It emboldens them more. So it's a really messed up mindset. It really is. It's all upside down.
It is. Yeah, he's like the thing they want to be that they'll never be, and he wouldn't have them even if they were.
Well,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm looking forward to the Epstein vote, so we can start talking about that again.
Yes. Release the fucking files. Release the black pieces of paper, because that's
Yep,
all they'll
exactly.
be.
It's going to be a
I'm a
red
bit,
line or a black line.
I'm a bit curious about this bit curious about this person in the comments who's saying that his wife and him got doxxed by right-wing Twitter and had to file police reports and get security.
Oh yeah, BL Page, my wife and I got doxxed by right-wing Twitter and have had to file. Yeah, no, I know somebody in real life, this teacher, who was doxxed. And I mean, they still to this day, because she was opposing Israel, and still to this day, they have a website with her fucking name, her address, and all this shit on it. They love lists. They've been making lists for a while. And yeah, her principal got over 10,000 phone calls and emails.
Wow.
Yep. And the principal was like, fuck all of them. So if she had a principal that just was like, didn't want to deal with it, she would have been gone. But they didn't, they just weathered the storm, and, you know, eventually all the emails and shit started dropping off. But yeah, it's pretty
The
bad.
circus moved on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking nuts. So yeah, these people are, you know, and then
Yeah,
they
they're
accuse
unhinged.
us of doing this.
They're
They have
unhinged.
violent tendencies, and they want a reason to be like, well, I only did it because of
They
what
give
the
them a
other
reason.
people. Yep.
Give them a reason.
And they've got
Yep.
plenty of time to do it as well, because while other people are, you know, taking food to other people through C19, or whether they're, you know, volunteering, you know, to add to their community, or just being damn good with their family, you know, and taking time out for that too, and time to provide. The data shows that the people who have this mindset predominantly don't do those things. So they've got all of the time in the world to be intensely poised to continue docs like that. Whereas many people I know wouldn't have time or the inclination to even, you know, spend time on that kind of thing.
Yeah. Damn, I was gonna say something. Fuck. And it was like really important.
It'll return.
I hope so. Because because we're at almost to 25K, and that's when I recycle. And that's what got me sidetracked about what I was gonna bring up. Oh, thank you. Matter of fact, let me. What's
Are you
that?
gonna rotate?
Yeah, I was gonna.
You can go ahead and drop me down. I've got to get back to work. Defending. It was good to see you, Jennifer, John.
Always.
Yeah, indeed. Good to see you all too.
Good to see
You
you.
too, Jack.
And yeah, I got to get back to
Defending.
work.
Yep,
And-
I do too.
And technically, we still have 1K to go. But if you guys are going to go, you welcome to drop. You can drop. I've talked to my agent. My agent says that staying, you know, me dropping or you dropping, it doesn't change anything. So, you're welcome to drop yourselves if you need to go. Yeah, and Maverick, thank you for the reminder, Maverick. And see you, Beth. Thank you for coming back. It's been a minute, so it was good to see you. I'm going to reset my gift goal. If you guys want to support the show, you know, leading into this takeover by Oracle, I don't know exactly when, but it's coming, and I imagine they'll do what they did on Twitter, which is essentially shadow ban all of these, you know, lives that you probably go to. I think that's really the goal. So anyway, I have now 50 donuts. I'm looking for 50 donuts. And thank you, Defending. I didn't realize you were taking off, but thank you for that. And I'm going to start bringing other people in as well. Please keep tapping. When we get to 50K, we'll do another recycle. So every 25K, we're just going to do that. And now, since we have more panelists, the galaxies are activated. If you want, you can use a galaxy. You know, I'd rather you
Tim,
not,
can I
unless
ask-
it's crazy, but, you know, go ahead. What's up?
I was just going to ask you, so you don't want to do the 8 panel, you were doing 8 panelists quite well for, you know, the many months that have been coming. What's changed in your view on how you want to run the show?
Well, it just becomes a mess, and it just does. And when you get a couple of people that start arguing with each other, and then they won't shut up, you know, and I feel like some of it is even done on purpose to derail my shit, and it just became stressful. Because what I really want wanted to do was like a talk radio where, I go over some of the news and then I bring in either guests like representatives I plan to bring on the show and then just have, callers, as it were, come up and make a statement and then go. Or debate a MAGA for, because I feel like the large panels have a limit to their popularity, whereas the one-on-one debates, those are the most popular channels.
They are, aren't they? You're talking about the
like Dean and Parker and
Dean and the Parker, right?
Krasenstein and So
exactly. Yeah,
but what I was doing was I was doing like the first 3 hours I was doing one-on-ones, and then the last hour I would fill the panel up, and it almost never failed. It turned into an absolute shit show. It just, I'm just like, it's already, there's already a lot going on in the world to begin with. Dealing with that is
really well. I
unnecessary.
Right.
You do what you do really well, and I appreciate your content. I'll drop down so other people can come up. I've got to go on, but it was a pleasure speaking to you guys and everybody on the panel, and Beth and Defending. Thank you. We're experiencing it with you. We're in lockstep with you, and this is not a USA isolated thing. This is a Western coup. Being aware that there's noises of China taking is not real off their maps. The rest of the world is starting to brace itself for its reaction to all of this, I feel. So, nice.
We got to keep fighting the good fight. It is a global issue, and there's a lot more of us than there are of them, though.
You too. Thanks.
Bye.
See ya, Jennifer.
If you want me to drop him, I'm happy to.
No, you're fine, because I was going to drop the ones that had been here for an hour, which would have been, or over an hour, which would have been Defending and Jennifer, who just dropped. Beth would have been right behind because she was at like 45 minutes or something. It seems appropriate to recycle because, get more people in. But no,
thanks for having me up. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, no, welcome in, Dancer Bell. I just wanted to say though, the numbers, John, for those one-on-ones far exceeded any panel that I had ever had.
It's true
for a time. Yeah.
I mean, I'm seeing Dean had 30,000 people on yesterday.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, so like I had hit almost 800 on one day, one of the days, and of course there was a big news thing, and I had a bunch of MAGA that were coming in regularly. But when you don't have that opposition, the one-on-ones aren't as good, right?
No,
I haven't seen them really come up on my show. I don't know, maybe they're afraid to debate me. I don't know, but I'll figure something out.
I wonder whether Parker and Dean, more than the others, take advantage of the fact that because they're young and highly intelligent, that they're like red rag to a bull, aren't they? They're just antagonising MAGA. So MAGA want to jump up, and inevitably they get their asses handed to them very badly because these guys are super sharp,
Oh yeah.
And so it's sort of like, I wonder, I mean, I know they're making a mint, obviously, with, you've got 30,000 people watching every day doing it. It's very lucrative.
The gift just constant. They don't ever have to ask. They don't have to ask to tap.
That's not how they're making their money. See, they get
Cash
App
App
sent to them. So I'm
that's right,
asking
the
you,
Venmos
what is your Cash App in your bio or your, because I found out from a big creator through Jonathan that the gifts, like if you send galaxies or whatever the hell they're only getting pennies for that, or maybe $1 for the gifts, but their Cash Apps. I knew somebody who's making 10 G's a month because they were doing their money apps and having them, but that's when they could promote them. So how do I'd rather send you money instead of buying
it's just lib loudmouth, lib loudmouth, one word, lowercase, on Cash App with the $sign in front.
Well, you're going to have to get an international Cash App because you've got
Yeah, I don't know how that works. Yeah, no, I don't know how that worked. Maybe a PayPal would work, because I remember you and I had this conversation before.
Right.
I really don't know, because
You
whenever
said you worked something out, you hadn't come back to me.
I worked for a German company who was operating out of Malta, and it was so fucking hard for me to get paid from those people.
Wow.
Because of, it being international. Like, I even went to a fucking bank and they were like, you're not going to be allowed to open a bank here because this is suspicious. Like, terrorist activity is what the guy suggested.
Yeah.
I'm like,
okay,
bro, fuck you. I like what? That's weird. So
do you have Venmo as well? Someone's asking if you have Venmo, and can you put all those on your bio now, or did they stop that from happening?
No, it is on my bio. So if you go to my bio, you should see my Cash App, with the $sign there. But also you'll see beacons.ai. That's like my link tree, and it shows all of my socials. And at the top, it'll say buy me a coffee. That will take you to the Cash App.
So you only have Cash App. You don't have Venmo. You don't have.
I do have a Venmo. I don't have a Venmo card, so even if I had it, I wouldn't be able to use it. I should. I need to put one up there.
Yeah, no penny. So he does not have Venmo
at this time. I'll get one. I just, I mean, I know I have one. I don't remember what I would create it a long time ago for something else, so it's not really related. So I'll have to probably just create another one.
Yeah.
Venmo's good though.
Yeah, I don't know much about the difference between them. I know I get to design my own like debit card on Cash App, which was cool. I got to drew a dog and it said meow, and a cat and it said bark. Don't ask me why. I was like, this is stupid.
Somebody said Venmo is like Cash, just like Cash. And Dean got $500 from one person.
Yeah,
that's how they're
that's
making
crazy.
their money.
He also calls it out a lot during the shows, as well as some of the other
he does?
professional
Yes.
people. Oh yeah, he says, "Oh, thanks so much, so and so."
Thanks, Jennifer, for the $5. Thanks for the $10. Yeah.
And it's like, "Oh,
Yeah.
thanks so much for this." And also, he does it while he's talking over a guest, because they only invite up people who are MAGA, or he only invites up people who are MAGA.
Right.
So,
And I've thought about doing that
this
too.
is so funny.
You have to do that.
Yeah, I may end up just sitting here for 4 hours with no guests, just be like, here, MAGA, where are you, you little chicken shits?
That's exactly what they do. That's pretty much they do what they do.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm going to commit to you this. So I'm conservative. I'm still a staunch conservative. I may not be MAGA, but I would love to be one of the. I would love to be one of the first people you debate, and I don't care how fiery it gets. You might end up kicking me, but we're still cool.
No, he's good.
I can drop off right now. You can do it right now. I can drop off.
Angel, get some of your other MAGA friends to come, and because he's gonna start doing some MAGA one-on-ones. He needs to do that. But the main thing is, I'm finding out that these big giant gifts are not bringing the money in. It's the actual Cash Apps that people are sending that makes these creators be able to, make a living while they're doing this work, because this is work. This is hard work. And when you're on here for 4 and 5 and 6 hours, you need to, show something for that. So it's good to know that you can still send Cash Apps, because at one time TikTok was making people take it off of their. I used to go on panels where they had the thing right across where Tim's head is, all their pay cards and pay apps, and then they made them take that off, all their Cash Apps.
When I do that, it dings my live, and it will restrict me from the For You page.
Yeah, but it took somebody down. I forgot who it was, but they made $10,000 a month by just people throw up Galaxy to snipe to get somebody off the panel. He had a big deal going, and they restricted that. So you just have to figure out different ways of doing things.
Well, somebody told me to check Cash App, so let me do that real quick.
Yay! Okay.
Oh shit!
Cash App now.
And I know he will call out those people. Why is it not showing any activity? Hold on, that's weird. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's not. That's weird. It's showing my activity, no results found, but that's. Hold on, let me close this biatch. I don't know. That's strange, because I mean, I've sent people stuff through Cash App. Let's see here.
Well, Black Cat
there
said
we
in
go.
the app that
Thank you,
PayPal
No
works
Fear,
for
for that,
international.
for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
That's what you do. That's exactly what you do.
Yeah.
You
And-
say
and
like,
it's-
"Thank you, so and so."
I tried to do that with the bananas and stuff. But there's so many of ones and twos. Like I'll sit here for 30 minutes calling everybody out for the, but like Angel, thank you for those donuts. I appreciate that. And Bobby B sent 10 bananas. Thank you for the bananas. This is what he did. Because when I drive to Tulsa, it's 9 hours. I'll listen to them, Dean, just debate them. It's entertaining. Can be dry because he's really monotone, and I feel like I would be a little more entertaining talking to them than Dean is. I may not be as quick as because I'm not 20 anymore, but
But they don't have any real personality. They're just like, they're young, they're cute, they know what they're. But I don't see any je ne sais quoi with them. So I guess I don't know what it is that they're drawing all these people in.
I think
Maybe
it's
a
just
different
funny
energy.
how they, just swat them down without like a care in the world is what it seems like. Like they're just like,
Okay, you got to give me your Cash App again. It's not coming up here, and I'm stupid when it comes to these things.
it's just lib loudmouth.
lib, okay.
LIBLOUDMOUTH. You could think of it that way with a $sign in front. I only come up with that because Hybray actually did that in the comments and I didn't catch it. And he came up here and sang the song to me.
It says, okay, wait, I'm stupid. Now walk me. It's saying there has nothing coming up. So I have LIB, loud mouth.
Yeah. Lib
$sign.
loudmouth $sign. Yep.
Loud.
Well, $sign LIBLOUDMOUTH.
Wait. Oh fuck! Wait a minute. Say it again. You can start from the beginning. Okay,
So
wait a minute.
a
We're
dollar
promoting your
sign
Cash App.
LIB.
Don't say the word. LIB. Okay.
Yeah. LOU
LOU.
DMO.
Oh, DMO. I didn't have the M. Oh, wait. Go ahead. Oh, there you are.
You found me? Okay. Yeah, and it's the same branded logo like that I have on the show or on my profile. Same one.
Okay.
So and thank you. I appreciate that. And I've been saying like, they're doing the corporate media in this way. So like your favorite creators like Kyle Kolinsky, for example, he doesn't take corporate money. He all the money he makes comes from the people. We have to be able to support those people like that. And it's while I want my information free also in entertainment, we're getting to the point where those people, that's the only way they're going to be able to survive. I mean, it doesn't have to be me, but you're going to have to engage in that way with these people.
They're here.
Yeah.
It should be you.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying in general, like this is, it's not just.
Now let me know if you got it, because I get nervous that I sent it to somebody else.
Let's see.
Also, what they do is
you sent it to Republican Silent Mouth.
Don't say that.
Oh wow! Oh wow!
Thank you, Maverick. Do you want me to call out the
tell them-
amount
Yes,
or not?
of course.
Thank you, Maverick, for the $50. I appreciate that.
So this is what we're gonna do. So I won up the $25 person. I beat you. Ha ha ha. Come back.
That's fucking funny. That's funny. I wonder if that works, John. Does that work in your? Because I know you're in marketing, right?
Yes. Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
hell yeah.
So what do they call that? What do they call
Like
that?
an auction. It's like an auction.
The acknowledgements. You're talking about the acknowledgements. of the
Well,
gifts?
like I did one better than the last person.
Yeah.
Like,
It's
does that
called
work?
a reverse auction. It's a reverse auction when you're trying to pay more. Because you obviously if you're bidding something up, when there's no product, it's a reverse auction.
A reverse auction. That's interesting. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Is that it? Like still in practice? In some instances, like in marketing places.
Groupons is a form of reverse auction.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Do you have a YouTube channel also?
I do.
No.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Well, also what they do is they broadcast at the same time from TikTok and also YouTube.
Yeah, I'm simulcasting. I'm simulcasting right now.
Okay,
And
so
Twitch.
if someone sends you something via YouTube, then you can go ahead and call them out also.
And Twitch as well. They do.
Well, so the issue with YouTube is that I used to actually be monetized years ago, but then when Trump got in office, I started shitting on him, and then people started reporting my account. I got a lifetime ban. It took me 6 years or so to get the appeal finalized, and when I did, they changed the monetization where you had to reach certain levels. So I had to. I'm still not monetized again. I need 3,000 watch hours on YouTube in order to be monetized. So if you watch the live, that doesn't, count towards it. If you watch it over there, and all the ones that I've done are up there, so you can go and watch the other ones too, and it'll help me out in all ways. Because
Okay, so you can drop, I'm going to drop so that you can get some people up here and get some diversity. And guys, we need to tap. Let's get to 50K likes. Let's get some every 25K. That's what you should be shooting for. I've seen people like 30 people in their lives and they have 200,000 likes because people are
That's crazy.
interacting with the live. They know they have to keep doing it because TikTok will, if the live is stagnant, TikTok will shut it down or ban it or something. So they're really making us work, guys.
Yeah. No, so 25K is when I start to recycle anybody that's been over for an hour,
so every
on for an
25K,
hour.
okay.
Yeah, I'll just drop those people and then bring them in. Of course, that's yeah, what's up?
It's good to hear that. It's good to hear that sultry siren voice. Haven't heard that in a while.
I know, John. Where have you been? Have you been cheating on this live? Where have you been?
No, I was down for a week or two, and I think Tim was down for a week.
Did you have COVID? Did you have COVID? Oh, you got.
No. Just I'm in Australia, so it's almost 2 a.m, here, right?
Oh,
so,
wow.
Yeah, so if I stay on these lives, I don't get much sleep.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That sucks.
But I enjoy them.
And then I got bananaed for
glad to see
7
you.
days. Yeah.
It's good to see you, Siren. I love your sass.
And
I love your sass.
Maybe Lib will let us both come up here and claw at each other for the audience one day.
Wow.
It'll have to be performative because I pretty much agree with most of what you say.
That's funny. Well,
Can
Howard
I say
Stern.
something about go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Dancer. I don't think you've actually chimed in yet, so by all means.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I wanted to say something about I'm going to say his name once, and then I'm going to refer to him as Forehead, Stephen Miller. So you did put up a clip of him talking, and for some reason he reminded me of an ex boss that I had. And the reason why I wanted to come up is because I wanted to say that these people like him and followers of Trump and stuff like that, they have been doing what they're doing out loud in private for years. It's why I haven't gotten certain promotions. It's why I had to change my name on my resume, et cetera, et cetera. So I just think that it's one of those things that you have to meet them, or actually not meet them where they are, but you have to be very, very sneaky with them. You have to be very, very cautious. You always have to be on high alert, basically. So, and I think that in other forums that I've been listening to, they're like, where do we go next? Where do we go next? What do we do? What do we do? You keep doing what you're doing now, but intensify it. And that means fighting the establishment, basically.
Yeah,
I think
it's an uphill battle. Sorry, Jay, I don't think you've talked either. By all means, go ahead.
I was basically going to say I'm a younger guy. I'm 24. I'm an engineering student. But one thing I definitely will say when it comes to like engaging with them is that we as a collective have been way too soft in our approach when they're talking or saying anything. The thing is that the one thing that I understood, and especially when I like debate conservatives at my school, and mind you, as an engineer student, you do tend to see a lot of conservatives, especially with like finance bros, business bros, and all that type of stuff. You basically got to basically like call them idiots, but you don't directly call them an idiot.
Yep.
So like, for example, when I was debating with this one guy, and he's a finance guy, and he was talking about tariffs, how the tariffs are good and all that type of stuff. And I had to explain to him, I said, if you've looked throughout the United States for the past 50 years, I basically said almost every single major industry, energy, even agriculture, anything that the United States has, we basically have government funding backing it. So for you to say, oh, a blanket tariff is a good thing to bring manufacturing back to the United States, that is not consistent with our history. So basically what I basically was telling him, I say, you're stupid, because I say genuinely, one thing that you need to understand about history is that it tends to repeat itself, right? Especially if you don't learn from it. But especially when it comes to like manufacturing or economic policy, we've seen things that's already worked in the United States. Why are we doing it a completely different way that is proven to not work? They're basically testing out an economic theory right in front of us that by almost every economist, they think it's stupid. So when I explained to him, I literally said, how are you even studying finance? How are you even understanding this is basic econ 101. I said, I don't even take economics, and I can even understand this. And then everyone started laughing at him, because you have to make them literally seem stupid. When you basically, you don't have to like bring up a whole bunch of facts. You don't have to bring up a whole bunch of facts to them, but you have to basically question their intelligence by just telling them, hey, history has already shown this has worked. Why are we doing it any differently?
Right. And it's weird that you say, because I'm in finance and I am in my 50s, and this is something that I have been dealing with my whole entire corporate career, and dealing with people like that who do have that type of mindset.
Me too.
You as a younger person, I'm glad that you are explaining that to them. Me as an older person, someone said it in the chat. It's like, I don't explain shit. Excuse my language. I just don't. I'm not doing that anymore. It's up to you to do the research to try to figure this out. It is not my job to try to help you to try to figure that out. Now, if you're totally ignorant to the fact, meaning you've been in a bubble, you don't know about it, absolutely, I'm going to help you. But I'm going to send this over to the younger generation like yourself and let you guys take it over, because I think that you're better equipped to do that.
Well, I also think it's important if the people are arguing in good faith, then I will have a genuine conversation with them. But the moment that it becomes obvious to me that there's no good faith that they have, it's fucking pointless. There are some people doesn't matter how many facts or statistics or whatever, they just don't care. They won't care. They're not going to believe it. So I think that's a big difference.
And I'd like to add to just what Jay said, because you're right. In terms of taking up the fight, it has to be much more aggressive. I don't know if anyone saw Gavin Newsom on Colbert, but he was, he's certainly rhetorically doing that, and that's the minimum in my mind, the bare minimum. Dancer, you're obviously in a different position to me in your corporate environment because you're female, so that, from my experience,
now how did you know I was a female?
Well, I was going to say it puts you at a substantial disadvantage from my personal experience.
And I'm a black female also, so that
right. Well, it's times two,
makes
so
a difference.
Times two. But in my experience, because I'm a progressive, so and I worked in my own design firm, and inevitably I was hired at board or C-suite level, and when you sell corporate identities, you do high-level branding for organisations and products. You're a change agent, so you go in there and you're dealing with the hierarchy of all those organisations, and they bring that bully pulpit attitude, the bully, to the boardrooms and to the meetings and to the political manoeuvring, as you well know. And I the way that I think that it needs to be dealt with is even a step beyond what Jay said, and I'd say take it to the Trump level, and that is probably the best way I could characterise it is to quote Eminem, I know something about you. You went to Cranbrook. That's a private school, right? Yep. It's that. It's going to the heart. It's going to the heart of their privilege. The amount of times I was in a boardroom, I'll give you an example. I had one guy in the middle of a board meeting from a very privileged background. I was doing a pitch. Now I was very successful. I had a lot of leverage in what I did because of my expertise. He rudely interrupted me in front of a very large board meeting. It was a consolidated board.
Did you call him the C word, John? Please tell me.
I didn't mean to. He said I was a bit younger at the time. He said to me, "How old are you? How old are you, son?" And I said, "Young enough to know shit you'll never fucking know, mate. Young enough to know shit you'll never fucking know." Right? And so that's the answer. Is to basically not just confront them, but also understand that once that good faith is out the window, then it is a brawl. a rhetorical brawl. And then for me, what's the greatest leverage? What is their greatest weakness? And it is their privilege, because because in that privilege is the weakness that sees them being so thin-skinned. It sees them being so overreactionary. Why is all this? Because their upbringings were a Spartan upbringing. They simply lack love in their life. It's that simple.
And they've never been told no.
Real quick,
I know, but I've literally in board meetings I've said that to people, mate, because part of what happens in Australia, perhaps it's a bit more cut and dried. The privileged people here go to particular private schools, and we don't have the same diversity in terms of numbers that you do. So there is a real clique of people who have this sort of closed shop private school thing, and so. The amount of times that I would, they privately will admit to you the misery of their lives after the second bottle of wine, if you know them and you've got their trust. They'll be straight back at it the next day. But the reality is that they're lonely people. And so the moment I found the best leverage in a board environment was to actually go to that. So, mate, don't bring your miserable private school, lonely upbringing in here, your divorcee situation and all the rest of it. Stick to the facts of the matter here,
And constantly having to fake it. That is something that they have to do. They fake their lives.
Right.
They fake it.
Right.
Their public persona is just a complete and total fabrication, generally speaking. And that has to be hard on people to do that. Or then they become something else. They don't even have their own identity. Their identity is something else. But I did want to say real quick, Mr. Snoop, I see your request. Please let me know if you're opposition, because I have as many people as I want to bring up at this time, unless you're opposition. If you're opposition, let me know in the comments, and I'll bring you in. Sorry, guys, go ahead. I just needed to get that out there.
Well, I was just going to finish by saying that, I would often say to them, because of the hazing thing that goes on in these, for you guys it's in fraternities, for us it's more in the boarding schools, but it's essentially the whole process of hazing, which is a rite of passage, and of course it's designed to create complicity. It's subservience. So, and I would offer, knowing that every one of these people in those rooms had gone through that process, but I didn't, because I wasn't private school educated, and two, I was successful in my own right because of ability, not because of privilege. It would be, there's always that point where I could say to them, maybe if you had more strength of character and you weren't riding off your parents' coattails, you would have stood up to the hazing rather than submitting to it. You would have gone the other way against what's happened to you. Instead, you're perpetuating it. That's the most cowardly act of any sort of man I know. And when you say those things to people, it completely removes their authority. I mean, so, but you've actually got to have the courage to do it. And of course, it's quite risky. So you've got to do it with a lot of bravado.
Oh yeah.
And confidence, for sure. Yeah, and if you succeed in that, they're less likely to attack you, because they know every time that they do, you're going to come back and make them look stupid.
That's right.
And they'll think twice before they do it.
And that then becomes a mutual respect of rivalry, the same sort of mutual respect you see between professional sportsmen, right? Because they go, well, right. I appreciate that you compete the way I do. And so that's the only way that you can actually win rhetorically.
But you can do it without being classless, though. And I think that's important. Doing it without making yourself look like the jackass, right?
Agreed.
Without crashing out, as you would say, on TikTok, without crashing out, making them look stupid.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, Midnight. Go ahead, Midnight.
Hi. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes. Yeah. I don't think you've spoken yet, but I'm just going to bring in the timer here, just so everybody is aware. 75 new people get minute 15. Go ahead.
No, thank you. So, hi, I'm Mr. Midnight. I live in Texas. I'm about 32 years old. One thing that I grew up in, very conservative, fundamental household. Of course, I'm not like that myself. I'm actually more far left-leaning than anything in my family. But I come from a military family background where it's a constant battle to have someone yell at your face saying that the Democrats are wrong, the left is wrong, they're this or that, and you can't even get a word into this man, to my own grandfather. And it becomes almost as if they're copying one another, because The same type of person that my grandfather is, I see it in in a lot of MAGA people. They yell, they want to go and just yell their point across. There's no factual information. There's nothing really to get on when it comes to these types of policies, including theological responses. I, come from a religious background. They don't have much on us. If anything, take y'all kids to go vote left.
What did you say at the end?
Finish that. Go ahead.
Oh, so yeah, well, real quick, one of the major things that I see is that the right will go ahead and take their kids to go vote, and they'll mainly vote for, whatever the kids, will, and whatever their parents will tell them to. My
Right.
advice is we need to take our kids to go ahead and vote left in order to counteract this kind of toxicity and knowledgeable that they're pushing onto the youth.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. They've had a strategy, and I've seen it. They go into high schools also, and they pluck these kids out. They make them feel special and welcome and included in this shit, and hold them up. And like in Oklahoma, I watched them do this in high schools. And Democrats largely, at least in Oklahoma, I didn't see any of that, where they weren't coming in to like draw in the youth votes either. So what you're saying is a good idea. And doing that is a great idea. But speaking to like your family and stuff and how they all kind of sound the same, it's all about emotion with them, the vibes. That's what they're voting on. They're
great.
voting on it just makes me feel so good. I feel like I could go and have a beer with this man. It's like this man's lying to your face. He's from Connecticut. He doesn't even sound like a Texan. He made all that up, and you fell for it. But because it's all about emotion, none of that matters. Anyway,
Mr. Midnight, can I ask? Sorry, I was going to ask quickly that you said that your grandfather, shouting in your face and so on. Is there a point where you go, fuck that, fuck off, grandfather, enough, I'm out? Is there a point where you draw the line, and will that have leverage?
Oh, absolutely. There's actually a point where I go ahead and confront my grandfather with facts, and he will plainly. And this is the thing about people, and mainly in the MAGA, when they're already like in a losing streak, when you point out flaws into their knowledge. I've had my mother even tell me, "Well, this is the way I think, and you're not going to change me." Well, to think that your God is the highest above everybody else is insane to me. Same in the same thing with my grandfather. It just comes to a point where I can't even talk to him, and where he's already threatened, he's already upset just by even looking at me. I give no fucks, by the way.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Sorry.
One thing and that sucks, honestly, but one thing that I learned, so my girlfriend, I've been dating her for 3 years now, but I've actually converted her two brothers who are younger. They're literally my peers, honestly. And they have a lot of, I guess, weird conservative. They think like conservative views are like mainstream, manly, masculine things type. So a lot of her family comes from like rural areas as well. And the one thing that I try to do first is I try to meet them where they are first and say like, hey, don't you care about the rural community? Don't you care about, the poor, working class, all those type of things? And then I explained to them just recently, actually, I finally converted them when I told them about the Medicaid cuts. I said, do you understand? I said, the vast majority of rural hospitals get their funding from Medicaid. So I said, if we are cutting Medicaid, that means a lot of these rural hospitals are going to close down. Anyone that has any medical health complications have to travel hours to hospitals. I said, do you think this is a party that actually cares for the working class, middle class, and the rural America? And then they were like, oh. And I told them, I was like, this is literally what I'm telling you. This is facts. This is the party that says, therefore, the family. But this is the same party that votes against maternity leave and paternity leave that Biden tried to pass. I said, if they genuinely did care about families, they would just work with them and pass that, just a single bill. They could literally just pass that one single bill. So one thing I always try to do is I try to find common ground and things we agree with. And then I try to prove to them that, hey, Republicans are actively against this. They do not want this. So I said, if you consider yourself this type of person, then I said, you're actively against the working class. And I said, if anything, you're propping up the rich, the people that you say that you hate.
Yeah, in like right now, Republicans have zero excuse really to pass the things that they believe are helpful to people. No excuses, because we just watched 95 fucking Democrats vote for that Charlie Kirk shit, calling him fucking, placating this shit, whatever. So I know that if they put forward a vote that actually helps people, Democrats will get on board with that. So they have zero excuse for it. Yo, go ahead.
It goes so far to you. I'm sorry. It goes so far to to put this guy as an icon. One of a Texas representative just the other day in front of Kash Patel said that this guy should, if he lived during biblical times, that he would be an apostle. What? That's great. Well, if you're living in Texas, you'll meet a lot of people that are mainly right winged, and the Democratic presence is not as strong in the small cities, in small towns. When it comes to talking to people in a biblical sense, let's just, because that's the way that a lot of people here will go ahead and take things into an account. Oh, are you for children? Yes, I'm against abortion. Okay, well, if you're against abortion, why are kids getting pew-pewed in these schools? Where's
Is that
the
what you would
legislation to
say?
protect?
Is
Yeah,
that what
that's
you would
exactly
say
what
to
I would
them?
say.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, like I would tell them that, like, if you care about these children, why are we not feeding them? Why instead did Texas pass a bathroom bill? Why did Texas also pass the Ten Commandments to be posted in every classroom? Children are hungry here.
Because they don't give a shit. It's all about religious doctrine and pushing the shit. Like this for example. This is what they focus on.
To announce today that every Oklahoma high school will have a Turning Point USA chapter. We have seen the outpouring from parents, teachers, and students that want.
I've actually interviewed this man on my show, and he's a fucking dead-eyed freak. This dude's eyes literally are black.
He's a sociopath.
I shit you not. His eyes are actually black. I've met him in
Now, who is
person.
that?
Ryan Walters. This guy is a disgusting fuck.
He's like the superintendent of Oklahoma schools.
Yeah, he's the state superintendent, but he was pushed in by the Catholic Church.
And you interviewed him?
Yes, he was on the show. Yeah, because the person that was running against him, it told me she didn't want my vote, so I ended up interviewing this guy instead. So, but that's again, liberals destroy themselves.
Wow.
Like I'm not even sure Republicans have to do it.
No, well, I mean, Newsom was quite honest about that on Colbert. I mean, he basically said, Democrats have been weak, and we've got a lot of problems. We've got a lot of things to fix, and we haven't been fronting up, and we haven't been hard enough. I mean, Newsom was. I got to give him credit. I thought he was dead on with his analysis about the Democrat, his own side.
I mean, look at Hakeem Jeffries, man. Like, honestly, it's probably because I'm a black man, right? And honestly, I say that's probably one of the most disappointing things to see the House Minority Leader of Democrats, the first black man House Minority Leader, to basically be the weakest one we've ever seen. Like, it's actually kind of sad to see, because I'm at this point now where I don't think we will ever see a black leader of the Democratic Party in the House of Representatives, because Hakeem Jeffries has completely tarnished it. And it's sad because when you look at Nancy Pelosi, even though there's some things I don't agree with her with, she was a fighter. She was someone that did not take bullshit from nobody, and that's something that I can always respect. Yeah, that's the one. She's the one person that genuinely doesn't take anything from anybody, and that's something I will always respect. So
she was
when
brutal.
You see those type of things,
she was brutal. Yeah. Oh yeah, she got AOC to shut up, and that was not something I ever thought I could see. Yeah, I mean she's a gamer is what she is. Yeah. She's a clever one. She reminds me of Hillary Clinton, honestly. And sorry, if you weren't done, please feel free. I just interjecting for a moment.
What did you when you said that she? obviously they brought the progressive faction to heel when they got Biden's budget bills through. But is that what you're referring to in terms of Pelosi, quieting AOC, getting those deals done, and basically making sure the progressives pulled their heads in?
Well,
or are you talking about something else I'm not familiar with?
I don't know exactly what she did, but when AOC, in the squad, they called them, they still exist, but they were very, very vocal, calling them out.
They were,
I mean, it was awesome to watch. And Nancy Pelosi, I don't know what she said to him behind doors, but eventually none of their shit was working, and they ended up having to, I guess they realized they're playing a totally different game, and there's nothing we can do outside of that game to affect change. And I know representatives that get into office and have that same realization, they're stuck playing the game because otherwise they're ineffective completely. They can't do anything. So they have to engage in that. And that was
to get leverage.
Exactly, because you could, like, you have, like, in Oklahoma, for example, you got people like Dana Prieto or what's that fucking dude's name? He's a fucking right-wing Christian lunatic, this dude. Anyway, even the Republican Party won't take them seriously. They won't look at any of their bills. They've ostracized them because they won't play the game. So when it comes to their constituents, they don't really get anything because they just won't.
Can't deliver.
Right.
They're not dealing.
Right. They're not working in that system that they've created. And that system itself needs to be dismantled. But this is part of politics. Like, you've got to deal with people. There's a bunch of other fucking...
You got to cut deals.
Exactly. And Pelosi's very good at that. So was Biden. So was Obama.
But Biden was excellent. Biden, obviously the last year there was a cognitive issue, but that State of the Union he gave, that last State of the Union, I mean, I thought all of his State of the Unions were very good, especially the one where he's calling out his opponents. I hadn't seen that in my entire time of watching American politics, was a president calling out opponents from the dais in a State of the Union address. So, and the way that he also manoeuvred that big budget bill through, what was it called? The safety, the big infrastructure bill that they passed.
Oh, yes, the infrastructure bill.
I know what you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Well, the way he manoeuvred that through, because it looked like there for months that he's not going to get it passed at all. They're going to shut the government and all the rest of it. But he carved off a bunch of Republicans by cutting deals, as you said. He was very good at it. He'd been there 50 years. He knew where the bodies are buried.
Yeah, in this, like the pork that gets added to bills.
Right.
This was a norm. This was a normal part of the process because these people, they work for their state. They don't work necessarily for the federal government. They work for their constituents. So if they can carve out, a little bit of money out of a budget bill in exchange for agreeing to something else that maybe they, that's how it operated. But at some point we got to a level where they're like, fuck everybody. And it became about like this ideological divide instead of policy and that deal making. And it became like, this almost cult like religion bullshit that they, were engaging in and couldn't get anything. Yeah. I mean, couldn't get anything done really to speak of.
Right.
So we're down to 3 people, guys. There's 2 slots. I'll have 5 up and no more. So if you'd like to be on the panel, I will bring up 2 more people. Please keep tapping. Once we get to 50K, we'll do a recycle. And also I do have a gifting goal of 50 donuts. I also have Cash App, Live Loudmouth, $ in front. And you can send it that way. And I'll keep checking it so I can, that's maybe only the 4th Cash App that I've had, the ones from today. So that,
someone's pumping out an essay.
What's that?
Mr. Mid. That's Mr. Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like he's
working on the dissertation, are we?
Probably.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, go ahead, guys.
I was gonna say, have you ever seen that clip of Frank Zappa going back in the mid '80s? He was on a political talk show, and he called out theology as being the biggest threat. And I think Monahan was one of the other. Have you ever seen that clip?
I don't think so.
Look, just
maybe.
Put a search in Frank Zappa calling out theology in YouTube or something, right? Or you might find it.
And it
on
was
TikTok.
during an interview.
Yeah, and it's only a very short clip. It's like 30 seconds, right?
All right, here we go.
But
I think I've let me pull this up.
Dogma becomes legislation. That's when you have the danger. I have this
the one?
horrible fear that the United States could wend its way toward being a fascist theocracy. The cross converted into a symbol of fascism in the service of politics. This is bad.
Yeah, the biggest threat to America today is not communism. It's moving America toward a fascist theocracy. And everything that's happened during the Reagan administration is steering us right.
And I'll point out, we had this problem during Yahtzee's takeover, Yahtzee Germany's takeover. We had a big movement then, too. That was
Right.
it didn't end up catching hold as much, but it started gaining momentum. It absolutely did.
Right down that pipe.
Oh, Mr. Zappa,
Yes, Mr. Zappa. When you have a government that prefers a certain moral code derived from a certain religion, and that moral code turns into legislation to suit one certain religious point of view, and if that code happens to be very, very right-wing, almost toward Attila the Hun.
Well, then you are an anarchist. Every form of civil government is
You are
based on
an
some kind of
anarchist.
morality, Frank.
Morality in terms of behavior, not in terms of theology.
You have the freedom in this country to state your opinion. But
And I hope I continue to have that freedom, and that's why I would not like to see them continue in the direction that they're going.
But you take
Because
away their freedom.
I'm not taking away their freedom. I'm saying that they are wrong in what they're desiring to do. When they say that, the only way that you can be a righteous person is to do it by their book, then that's wrong. My recollection
right.
of when I was going to school is the Constitution.
Damn. He
What year was that? I think that's like, right?
Yeah. Let me see.
early 80s or something?
Right. Yeah, it was the early 80s, I'm
Let
pretty
me
sure.
see.
Yeah, looks like it.
I'm gonna
Mid-80s, could be mid-80s.
Yeah.
When did Frank Zappa do interviews?
But that's Nostradamus level shit, isn't it?
Yes. Well, so is that one tweet. Did you see that tweet from that guy about Charlie Kirk?
No.
Let me pull this up while I'm getting the dates for that. This may blow your mind. I've got it bookmarked here. It's pretty fucking crazy.
A older tweet or?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll give the date once I have it pulled up here. I have a Charlie Kirk folder. There it is. Okay, so the content. This is the one that I'm getting to is a response to the tweet I'm about to read. So this guy said, Harrison Smith. This was August 13th, so about a month before, right? I'm not going to name names, but I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against them. On that same day, August 13th, Tommy says they would. If Charlie turned heel on Israel, they would have someone pew-pew him at an open-air event, and they'd have some idiot groiper with a genetically anomalous issue there to be the patsy.
Wow.
That's some Nostradamus level shit, because those memes on the engravings were groiper memes.
Yeah.
I mean, even Israel had to go ahead and step in and make a statement about his death because of all this was going around.
Did you see Netanyahu? Like, oh, such a shame.
Yeah, right. Which is weird all on its own that he was, because we have evidence that, and Charlie Kirk has said this, that he didn't care for Benjamin Netanyahu. He thought he was a terrible person. And Netanyahu's acting like they were besties. I'd invited him over and he's never going to make the trip. Yeah, motherfucker, because he told you no. He told you no. But, if you talk about this stuff, you're a conspiracy theorist, Jew hater is what you are.
I never thought I would listen to Candace Owens, but I've been listening to her.
Right?
I have
and matter of fact, I'm going to play this.
I can't stand her. I can't stand her either. But a lot of the stuff that when I look and hear what she's been saying probably for the last week or so after her friend was killed, it's some pretty interesting stuff. to say the least. So.
Well, I've got to say that I'm pretty proud to be one of. I'm pretty proud to be a member of a country that's one of the 150 that's just recognised Palestine as a state. So,
fucking A. Now, I want to. Now, Kirk was pew-pewed on the 10th, right? September 10th, wasn't it?
A Wednesday, I think it was. Yeah.
Let me look and see. Okay, so yeah, 10th.
Yeah.
Okay, so this speech I'm about to show you was Benjamin Netanyahu the day before. Listen.
Benjamin Netanyahu. Let's just see if he has anything else to say.
Again, praise the hospitality of our host, Mike Huckabee and Janet. I have to say, if we had 5 or 6 more Mike Huckabees, Israel wouldn't have a Hasbara problem. Thank you.
Hasbara is their word for propaganda. If we had 5 or 6 more Mike Huckabees, we wouldn't have an issue with propaganda because Israel is looking bad, and they know it. And that was, that feeds right into the motive for being responsible for that.
Right.
They, and that's another reason TikTok. That's why Joe Biden jumped on this bandwagon with TikTok, because them soldiers were starting to post them videos and made them look real fucking bad. They were going through the houses of Palestinians that they had unalived, like putting on their bras and their panties and shit. You remember that? And then right after that, Joe Biden started pushing that anti-TikTok shit, which came out of left field. Let's be honest. Like that was a Donald Trump thing. Trump had been pushing that. So, and now, Oracle, who has now huge contracts with Israel, is going to be the one that takes it over. So I don't know that we'll be able to have these conversations after, they finalize that deal.
That's why I was asking if you had a YouTube platform. I don't think that they're going to scrub a lot of stuff. I don't think we're going to be able to say a lot of stuff on here.
Oh, yeah. And especially when it comes to, Israel issues. But so I use StreamYard, so I have a link that I can drop in the chat on YouTube, and then you can click the link and join the panel like you do here. It's not as easy, but it's possible. So if that happens, I will try to host those and see how that goes, because, what else can you do? We need another version of like YouTube that isn't owned by a fucking billionaire like that.
I know.
Because, they're going to make those algorithms do whatever they want it to do anyway. Brianna, welcome in. You got a lot of background noise, Brianna. Well, all right, Brianna. I dropped Brianna. Brianna didn't make the cut. Sorry, Brianna. Pyre says, "Are you in a wind tunnel?" Yeah, she may have been tapping or something. So again, there's 2 more slots if you guys want to come up. And Mag, if you want to come up and have a conversation, please do. I'm
going to drop out so that you can put more people up. But
sure,
I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, we'll see you, Dancer.
See you, Dancer.
Bye.
Good having you.
Dancer.
Merv said, "Sound like she was in a fish tank."
Hey Tim, if given that there's only a couple of people, that other clip that I sent you, do you mind having a watch of that for just a minute?
Yeah,
or so?
let me move that over, because one of the, I had it up and then I changed it to look something else up whenever. So let me figure out which of these tabs I had it on. I may just have to. There we go. No, that's fucking Ryan Walters, that little dick weed fucking. Hold on. Well, I'll just have to copy it again. I think I have. Let me see. This may be it. Yeah, it's like a 7-minute clip, though. It's almost 8 minutes.
No, we don't play it all, but if you get a taste of it, I think you'll enjoy the direction and pick it up later, and others will too, I'm sure.
This
is the most powerful thing I've heard anyone say about Kirk.
All right, let's see.
Recent days, there's someone whose life was tragically taken by violence, and as a consequence has left a wife and some children behind. It's a tragic thing that had happened to him. What is also tragic is they're trying to make him a martyr of the faith. Now, he did violently die, but he did not die for the faith. Not the faith I know, and not for the Jesus I know. Somebody ought to help me preach today. It was a violent death, and nobody should die like that, especially in front of their children and their wives. Nobody should die like that in front of anybody. But let's be clear. He wasn't a martyr for the faith. People can say that all they want. And he could call himself a Christian if he wants. But you can tell a tree by the fruit it bears and not by the title it wears. You can call yourself an orange tree all you want, but if all you got is poison berries, you are not what you say you are.
Well, we have an orange tree in the White House. Just want to point that out.
I think that's what he was saying.
Yeah. We're not supposed to judge, but the Bible does tell us to be fruit inspectors. And listen, I'm still looking for evidence that he was a follower of the sable skin sandals wearing carpenter from Galilee. I don't see no evidence. What I see is what he said he was. And that was, he was a white Christian nationalist. And I put it in quotation marks because I don't know how you could be a white nationalist and a Christian at the same time, just like I don't know how you could be a Klansman and a Christian at the same time. Because a white nationalist is someone who has a vision of America that it is to be a white ethno state, which does not include you or other marginalized people who are brown, who are gay. Y'all not saying nothing here. Who are women. In fact, he said some stuff that lets you know that he can't be following the Jesus we know. No, he got shot, and they're around here talking about be careful about these marauding, he said in a lot of his rhetoric, marauding black youth who are out to hurt white people. And now HBCUs have had to suspend classes because he got shot. And I want to know, wait a minute now, what? We ain't had nothing to do with that. Why you attacking HBCUs? Because last we heard, the one who shot you was one of you. I mean, it sounds like the call is coming from in the house. No, you can't spew vile, violent, vitriolic rhetoric and say you speak for Jesus. He had the nerve to call the names of several prominent black women who are brilliant beyond debate. 8 degrees between all of them, Ivy League graduates, and he had the nerve to say about them that they don't have the mental capacity to process information in a way that you would take them seriously, and he dropped out of a community college. Those two things don't go together.
Yeah, and so Joey, I invited you up because of the comment you made. I'd love to talk about this because what this man is actually saying is that you can call yourself a Christian, but when your own speech doesn't actually fit within the word of his God, this pastor, I assume he's a pastor, then you can't call yourself a Christian. This is a message to his people. So I don't know that it's so much about.
Who was he talking about? He was trying to
I don't know
insinuate Charlie Kirk.
I don't know if it's so much about politics as it is about hypocrisy. and
Yes.
and the calling yourself something and not living within that, what's expected of you within the religion. But I take your point.
It's worth watching because he really rallies at the end, but it is 7 minutes, and I appreciate you showing what you did.
Who's he supposed to be talking about though? Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, he was talking about Charlie Kirk, saying
Now, why would
that
he talk like that about Charlie Kirk though?
Because did you not hear? Did you hear what he said?
It was just.
If you heard what he said, you know what he was talking about.
Yeah, he's bashing him pretty much.
No, you didn't listen to any of the points that he said. What were some of the points that he said?
So he knows his heart. He was basically trying to say you can't call yourself a Christian about what you say.
What he said, and let me
educate me on his gist.
Okay, sure. Let me. I can with one like analogy that he gave. You can tell a fruit tree by the fruit that it bears, not by the title that it gives itself.
That's a biblical passage.
Right. Okay. So who is he to say that about Charlie? On what specific point?
He bore this type of fruit, and he would tell us that he was a Christian. But when you bear the fruit
what type of fruit did he bore?
Christian nationalism,
he actually would
hate. Is that what you said? Someone said
he said
Christian nationalism.
But what did he bore? What he was just saying it.
I just said it 3 times.
Did you hear the quote?
I think you're getting confused when it comes to like what fruit he bore. It's fruit that he bore is what you do and what you say in this world and what impact that you make. Let's be clear about that. I mean, when it comes to biblical passages, this pastor is 100% correct in what he says.
What?
And it's not even political because of what Charlie Kirk has said.
I mean, it is.
Because of what Charlie Kirk has said, he has actually called upon.
What did Charlie Kirk say that pastor? Just give me one example of what Charlie Kirk had said that pastor.
Joey, were you listening?
Yeah,
because he literally gave you an example. He right there at the end. He gave you an example.
But where's the fruit? Tell me the fruit.
The fruit of what he's saying.
He said that.
So he don't like the speech. So you understand the underlying thing of that? So basically, he's agreeing with the pure that he don't agree with his speech.
You were listening to words. You were listening to words, and you were disregarding the message.
The message was what?
You don't even know because you didn't
listen.
Okay,
his message.
I don't know why I'm repeating myself here. I already established this.
The message.
He was saying that you can't call yourself a Christian and not act like one. That was the point.
Essentially.
But
you can't have a double standard.
So
can't live a double standard.
Charlie Kirk himself was okay.
So you know what? It was just basically it was bashing Charlie Kirk, but doing it nicely.
No,
Charlie Kirk was okay with
doing it logically.
Being unalive.
How's that logically?
It's okay.
So him as a pastor should know no one is perfect. No one walks just like Christ.
Real quick.
Nobody. Even
Charlie
himself.
Kirk actually went ahead and said that it is okay for people to be unalive so the Second Amendment couldn't be there. That's literally what he said.
He basically, in a nutshell, was calling Charlie Kirk a liar. Like he knew his part. Like he wasn't a Christian.
He went ahead and put his words. He put his words where his mouth was, and he went ahead and gave out factual information. This pastor did.
What factual information did he give?
He said very clearly.
Hang on.
He said,
information he gave.
Listen, cunt. Shut up. He said very clearly.
Factual information he gave.
You fucking idiot. You know what he said? He said very fucking clearly that you don't get to be a fucking Christian if you don't practice the faith. Okay, it's that fucking simple.
Name one.
Now, this
fact.
cunt has fucking.
That's everybody though.
He's a fucking reverend.
Joseph, I'll give you a fact that he right there at the end he was talking about how Charlie Kirk had said that these black people, these women, in particular, he had brought up and said they didn't have the brain power among them. Charlie Kirk did say this. He did say that.
Look,
one
thing I've noticed about Charlie, and I know exactly what you're talking about. One thing I've noticed about since Charlie Kirk's passing, I've never seen in my life the amount of sound bites everybody used to attack him. When you watch anything that anybody says about him, and watch the context, because context matters. Watch that whole context of that conversation, and you might change your goddamn mind.
Look,
People,
that reverend,
everything in context.
You won't.
No, hang on.
No, you won't.
That reverend gave
You
the
won't.
context.
Fucking
No,
hypocrite.
you've had your say.
You won't.
Hey, shut the fuck up, cunt. You've had your
Okay,
say. You
hold
just
on.
can't listen.
No, you
That's your
haven't
fucking
proven one
problem. You
fucking
can't
thing.
fucking listen
You,
because you're a dumb cunt.
Joey does
You
not
haven't
absolutely.
fucking proven
Listen,
anything.
hold
You
on.
You're a fucking dumb
Guys,
cunt. You can't
guys,
listen.
stop. Fucking stop. All of you. Holy fucking shit. Listen, you say you take it shit out of context, right? Let's play this shit. Let's play what Charlie Kirk. Listen, you're gonna get the context out of what he's saying because he even plays the context of what he's saying.
Balls to play the whole clip.
Listen,
but now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying
that is the beginning.
Hold on, Joseph.
Affirmative action.
No,
yeah,
hold on.
Well, let me just be clear. I got into Harvard only because of affirmative action. That's how I got there. That's how Ketanji got there. That's how Justice Jackson, I should say. Justice Jackson got there. It's how Clarence Thomas got there.
You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. We know. It's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get in on your own.
He's talking about the whole process.
Yeah, in the context,
he named the individual.
It's his opinion
affirmative
about
action.
The whole process.
It was affirmative action.
About the whole
He
process.
said about these
He
very
wasn't talking about them
specific.
specific
He
women. It's out of
literally
context.
named them.
That's not the,
He named
that
them.
Whole entire thing.
He played that
He's
clip
named
of
the
Joy
women.
Reid. He named that. He played that clip of Joy Reid, not me. I didn't put that in there. He played that, so he was speaking directly about those people.
Interview.
And you saw that clip. You saw that clip.
He wasn't naming them specifically. If you watch
No.
context
He
is
was
different.
talking about affirmative action, bro.
Yeah.
Not DEI. There's two different things. He was
No,
talking about
no,
affirmative
no,
action. No. I want to point something out to you, Joseph, because
and you're
in
taking it
there.
out of context.
Hold on. No. If you say
Yeah, you are.
that
So
you.
what's your claim? He's racist.
Joseph,
What's your
Joseph,
claim?
calm down. It's not my claim, it's his words. If you say
He's racist
that,
or the
hold on,
preacher's words?
Joseph, hold on. If you say at any point that you stole a white person's slot, the implication of that statement is that a white person deserved that slot, when the reality is nobody deserves the slot until somebody gets the fucking slot. That is white supremacist language. You may not have caught it because you don't want him to be racist or thinking that white people are somehow entitled to something that they otherwise wouldn't be. But he is blaming them and saying that they stole a white person's slot. That's what he said based on the words that Joy Reid, he said it based off of what Joy Reid said, that affirmative action is the reason that she got into Harvard. That's what she said. And he's like, you stole a white person's slot. The only implication of that is that a white person deserved it.
Again, I've watched that in its entirety.
You're not listening. You don't listen very well.
Rose-colored glasses.
But not much is getting into that skull of
You
yours.
just want to believe what you all want to believe, and that's
Most
it.
of the shit you watch is bouncing off your fucking skull. It's not going in.
What's bouncing off my skull?
I'll tell you what
is sound
I'll tell you.
out of context.
If you shut the fuck up for one moment, I'll tell you. Shut the fuck up for one moment, I'll tell you.
Okay, I'm bringing in the timer.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, Joseph, I'm going to bring in the timer. I'm going to let John make his statement, then I'm going to go back to you. Where the fuck is my timer? Here we go. Okay, go ahead, John.
The key point that fucking Dr. Reverend made, because it's not political, it's theological. You can't shut your fucking gob, can you? You dumb cunt. Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Okay? Now,
Go
the
ahead,
reality is that what that Reverend said was that the key fucking point is you can't be a Christian nationalist and a Christian at the same time. In the same way you can't be a KKK member and a Christian at the same time. And that's the fucking thing that makes me angry, because Charlie Kirk is a Christian nationalist. He owned it proudly, and that's not Christian. And you fucking cunts that think you can justify that, you're also fucking fascist Christian nationalists. That's the fucking problem with it. Own that, cunt, not the fucking simple language or the language games. Go back to the Christian nationalism. Stop being fucking fascists. You want to be a Christian, that's fine. That's your business. Stop inflicting it on the fucking rest of us.
Are you done, John? You got 15 seconds?
No, I'm done.
Okay.
Cunt can go fuck himself.
Joseph, go ahead.
He's just all talk in air, trying to use fancy words and calling shit reality. what your reality and my reality are obviously two fucking different things. You just hate Charlie Kirk or whatever he stood for or whatever, or you just hate Christians. Just say it. Just fucking say it. Don't be a fucking coward, you cunt. Just say you hate Christians, but leave everybody else out of it. I'm sure.
I hate Christian nationalists.
Oh,
Hold
Christian
on, John.
nationals. So how the
Yes,
fuck do you
because you're
decipher
not
from a
Christian.
Christian nationalist from a Christian?
Hold on, John.
How do you decipher from a fucking Christian nationalist? It's all these fucking keywords society has come up with that fucking just water shit down. Just fucking make it impossible to fucking see through anything.
Kirk said it himself, you dumb
fucking
cunt.
call him a racist. They call him a
himself a
nationalist, a
Christian
white
nationalist.
supremacist.
You dumb
Make
cunt.
up your fucking mind,
Okay, hold
you
on,
fucking
John.
cunt.
Hold on, John.
I mean, what the fuck? I don't.
Kirk
blah,
said
blah,
it
blah
himself,
here
you
out
dumb.
of you.
Hold
blah,
on, John.
Blah, blah,
Okay, Joey.
Fucking idiot.
You good?
Yeah, good.
Okay. Lars wanted to go. Lars, you haven't spoken yet, so you get a minute and 15. Go ahead. Welcome in, Lars.
To me, from the watching it from the outside, this is really about freedom of speech. Why shouldn't we be allowed to criticize something we don't like? And you know very well that one of the hostess on Fox said that we should give homeless people a lethal injection, just unalive them. What is that about? Really? And when it's funny that freedom of speech is only valid if you're on the right.
Bullshit.
And if you're on the left, no, you're not allowed to say that because you violate the freedom of speech. I'm done.
Yep. Thank you, Lars. Yeah, there's
you mind
hypocrisy to go around.
Freedom of speech. Did you hear what Google just announced?
Well, now,
Did anybody look up what Google just announced? The Biden administration stifled the fuck out of them.
Okay.
Can I?
Yes, Paula. I was going to get to you, Paula. Go ahead, and then I'm going to go to
Yeah, I don't need a lot of
Joseph,
time.
and then I'm going to go back to Midnight. Go ahead.
I think a part of the problem is that it's what you hear, not just that you're listening, but or hearing, or like maybe some people had a hard time hearing that when Mr. Kirk was making problematic comments. Maybe you didn't hear it the way a woman would hear it, or a way a black person would hear it. That may be the disconnect. That's the only thing I can imagine why you could sit up there and defend some of the things you said that other people clearly heard as a dog whistle or just an outright horrible thing to say. If you listen to it objectively, Mr. Kirk said some very problematic things. And he did so because that was what he did for a living. You did not hear Rush Limbaugh say milquetoast stuff. Right? That was his shtick. That's what he did. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Now, Joseph, I'm going to, since you're the only opposition here, it appears, I'm going to go ahead and let you respond to that, and then I'm going to go to Midnight. Go ahead.
I'm just going to stick to what I've been saying. It hit. I've never seen a person in my life in this history, even now, politics involve both sides. I have someone that's been taken out of context so much, it's disgusting. Everything, like I'll hear stuff like that, and then I will look and find. I will go out of my way to find the full entire context of what was talked about, and it's always been so far taken so far out of context. And context matters. Context matters. You can't deny that. It's amazing to me. Like if I find something, no, I will say something I didn't agree with him. There is things that, and one thing about feeding school children and hungry people in America, didn't agree with him at that at all. And that was according to the whole entire context.
Okay. So real quick, before I get to Midnight, can you answer this question in 30 seconds? What is the context from that clip that I am missing?
Well, I'm looking it up now, and I'll get back to you on that because it's more context. It didn't start from the beginning. It was context. It was a soundbite.
I see. So you know that there's context that we're missing.
I'll show you. what you missed.
Where there's context that I'm missing, but you don't know what it is, yet you're up here saying that there's
because
context
it's
that
not
I'm
the whole
missing.
thing. He was talking about DEI and
right.
affirmative action as a whole. And I'm sure it wasn't specifically saying, I'm looking it up and I'll find it and I'll get back to you.
He literally is saying that those women,
I've watched it and it was taken out of context.
I'm sorry, he's saying that those black women would not get into Harvard without affirmative action because they weren't smart enough.
And
but
that they stole a white person's job.
I'm going to watch the whole thing and I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Well,
and they stole a white person's slot.
Exactly. I don't know how you interpret. How can you misinterpret that?
Because I will, again, what are you, hard-headed everybody today? I'll get back to you.
Yeah, and it turns out, I just want to put this out before I get to midnight. I want to put this out. A person that went to high school with Charlie Kirk claimed to have gone to high school with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk had applied to get into West Point, and when he was denied, he went around the school and blamed a black person for getting it over him. This was in high school, and that person believed that when that happened, Charlie Kirk then changed and became what he became today. So deep down, he was slighted as a youth. I should have been there. I'm the white person that should have had that slot, and a black person got it instead.
Yeah, so he's a racist, yes.
Yeah, he's
So,
a fucking racist.
Look, I don't know
Wake
the
up, you
guy.
dumb cunt.
I just
Prove
know
it.
what he said. Okay,
I don't know why
midnight.
your feelings get so
Midnight.
hurt over people who didn't like them.
Okay.
Why are you
There's
so
plenty
upset
of
over
black
that, Joey?
people that are sitting there saying he was not.
Okay.
He's Joey's
You
best
know
friend.
what?
Joey's best
White
friend
bunch
passed.
of fucking idiots.
Hold
Joey's
on.
best friend
He
has
is.
disappeared.
Now
Oh,
they're
poor
basing
Joey.
it on a fucking high
Okay.
school friend.
Hold on, guys.
I mean, grow the fuck up, you dumb cunt.
Okay,
I've
hold on, guys.
watched black people that are his friends say,
Okay, hold on. Midnight. I've been trying to get to midnight. I should have just went with you. Sorry, I spoke. Midnight, please go ahead.
No, it's okay. Thank you. So, a lot of the times what I'm hearing is when people are saying that, oh, we're taking his words out of context. No, we are quite literally hearing what he says and what messages that he is putting out there into this world that were hateful. And you cannot go ahead and say, none of us can go ahead and say that a black woman, we cannot say what this means to them because they're the oppressed. Minorities, as a minority, I'm a Mexican American. As a minority, the white people always have the privilege. They always come from a point of power.
oh, here we go.
And so when it comes to statements like this, it comes from that point of power that we don't have. Of course, we're going to go ahead and feel marginalized. Of course, we're going to go ahead and feel lesser than, because these are lesser statements. These are statements that put us down. These are statements that make us smaller. When diversity, and let's say DEIA, diversity, inclusion, and equality. Let's say it out loud instead of just putting the
acronym.
Acronym. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, thank you, Midnight. Now, real quick, does somebody want to respond to what Midnight said? Otherwise, I'm going to go to Sticky Toffee. Sticky Toffee has not spoken yet.
Yeah, I want to.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, which is, Midnight's absolutely right. Mate, I spent a fucking career, I'm a writer. I get paid as a copywriter as one of the roles when I ran my business. So I know what fucking words are. I got paid to craft them. And so when I read the words, and I read racist words, and then I get dumb cunts telling me that they're not racist, you're trying to tell me black's fucking white. And I'm saying, and that's the Christian nationalist thing. And I do fucking hate that. Christians, I actually was a Christian for a good period of time. I've still got Christian friends. I actually have a high regard for the philosophy of Jesus Christ. If it was treated like a philosophy rather than a fucking cult, we'd be all much better off. But the reality is, Christian nationalists aren't Christians, right? They're just not fucking Christians. And Charlie Kirk was a fucking racist. And that's it. Don't fucking tell me black's white, you dumb cunt.
I appreciate your fucking opinion.
I love it when you two get along so well.
Charlie Kirk's a racist. Yeah, okay, buddy.
Go ahead, Joey.
Says a guy from a fucking racist country.
Oh, you're kidding me, aren't you?
Are you fucking kidding me? Every time I look at anything from Australia, the stands are full of fucking white people. Any sporting event, it's full of white people.
You
Any
forgot about the
parade, it's full of
slavery for
white people.
256 years, did you?
Okay.
Our country's
Okay.
pretty racist.
Hold on.
We're a patriarchy. Just
Joey,
saying.
Joey, go ahead. I'm going to add your time back.
It's his white pea shit that he's, trying to spew. He's just, full of himself.
You have 40 seconds, roughly?
Who was it? Me?
Yeah, you.
About what? Him?
No, your timer.
He's rambling.
This is your timer.
He's just rambling with his opinions. His opinions mean fucking nothing. Prove it. You just keep babbling about Christian nationalists. Prove it that he was a racist. You're going from one soundbite about fucking Joy Reid.
I
I'm
can't.
watching the whole context.
If it walks like a fucking duck, it walks like a duck. If it quacks like a fucking duck, it's a duck.
Hold on, John. You took it out of context just like I fucking thought you fucking did. But you're going to play the whole entire
He said he was
interview.
a Christian nationalist, you dumb cunt.
Yeah, I want to point out. So, Joey,
you have fucking no idea.
Okay, I'm gonna.
You're
Hold on. Okay, here's what I'm gonna say, Joey. What I'm gonna say is I don't know if Charlie Kirk is a racist because I don't know the guy. All I have to go on are the things that he said, and the things that he has said lead one to believe that he may in fact be a racist. But I don't know if he is because I don't know the guy, and neither do you. You only know what you hear also. You hear a different thing than I hear.
What you take,
your experiences are different than my experiences. So when I hear something, and this goes to Paula's point, when I hear something, it's different to me. I will take it differently than maybe you will because your experience may be different. Does that make sense?
Yes, and it does, and you're right. But wouldn't you listen to somebody that was actually directly friends with him? Instead of people like that pastor and fucking cunt over there, John? Would you listen to people that were fucking directly friends with him? That are fucking black? Yes or no? You're going to listen to other people that did not know him at all, would just take sound bites like fucking cunt John over there. But why won't you listen to his fucking personal friends?
Because if they're Christian nationalists, they're also fucking liars.
Hold on, guys. Okay, hold on. Okay, Joey. Good God Almighty. You have asked me a question, Joseph. Instead of listening to his friends, I will listen to Charlie himself. He tells you plenty. His friends, after the fact, hold on, his friends, after the fact, have a reason to not talk about any of the negative things that he has said because they're not going to go out there and sully this guy's name after he was unalived. So why would I listen to what they say when they're clearly going to be on the side of he was unalived? I'm memorializing this person. I'm going to talk about the good things that he did, and naturally so. This is what a friend would do, right? A friend isn't going to get up there. Oh yeah, I knew the guy. He was a real shit sucker, even though I was friends with him my whole life.
Weak.
You're
going to listen to people like John.
That's human nature,
let him
Joseph.
Spread his rhetoric.
It's human nature.
But you're not going to listen to his
it's
personal
human
friends.
Nature.
Hey, you dumb cunt. He's listening to himself.
That's so fucking ignorant.
Somebody had a question.
He's listening to himself, not me.
That's ignorancy right there.
Well, actually, Sticky, did I let you go already, Sticky?
No, you didn't.
No, I haven't, not yet.
Okay, my bad. Let me go to you. I remember saying something. Maybe we got derailed there for a second. Go ahead, Sticky. Minute 15 for you.
Dude, this is just the fucking best show. I swear to God, it's so fun. It's so entertaining. Australia, racism, really? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, Jesus Christ. It was the fucking most unracist country on the fucking planet, and you're talking about Australia being racist. I don't know John from fucking Adam, but I lived in Australia for 5 years, and it's the most fucking unracist place on the fucking planet. But anyway, I don't want to go down a fucking rabbit hole on that. This Kirk thing, Erica Kirk, I mean, did you see her on that stage with Trump? Do you guys really fucking believe what comes out of her fucking hole? I mean, seriously. But I know you're not stupid. I know you're not stupid.
I don't know that.
Right? No. I swear, take everyone at face value, right? I mean, my kids know she's full of shit, right? I mean, you don't lap it up. You don't believe it, right? And just before I finish, are you not completely fucking mortified by what your fucking president said in front of the fucking world yesterday. You know, does that just mortify you?
As an American, I could say I'm not too damn happy about it.
Agreed.
Climate change is a hoax. He fucking rolled his idiot out, and he stands up in front of the entire fucking planet. Like, what must farmers, like, even at a basic voting level, what must fucking farmers in the Midwest of America be saying to themselves when their president stands up and says climate change is a fucking hoax, and they're fucking trying to farm through drought, floods, hurricanes? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Our world is
people?
always going through climate change.
They say
Always.
God bless President Trump.
Like, grow up.
Always going through climate change.
Yes, it rained one day and then it was sunny the next, right, Joey?
It's
Our
not about
planet
politics.
Is
Grow up.
So our climate's constantly changing. So what's your
Jesus
fucking
Christ,
point?
Joey.
It went from global
Joey,
chilling
grow
to
up.
Guys,
global warming.
he's a climate
Now it's
scientist,
Climate change.
so
to fucking blanket
listen
the
up.
whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between climate and weather, right?
Jesus
Climate
Christ,
is,
dude.
That's the same shit, ain't it,
I'm
Paul?
sorry.
No, it
I haven't
isn't.
talked very much. Is that okay?
Climate and
Yeah,
rain is
it-
not what?
Climate and weather are not
Climate
the
and
same
weather.
thing.
I think you need to fucking seriously
Paula would like to
consider.
go. So,
Sorry, go
60
for it.
seconds.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Paula.
I just want to say this, Joey. I think Joey. I like you a whole bunch. I think it's really weird that you're like getting on that
Dying on
cross
this
for
hill.
Charlie Kirk. I just don't understand it.
I don't either.
I don't
Yeah,
understand why you're
because I'm
doing it.
listening to people that were not close to him, and I'm listening to people that were close to him, and
It's just-
everything is
but
taken
they're
out of
going up
fucking
on the
context
cross.
with sound bites.
You're over here yelling at people that aren't in your real life because they hold an opinion that they did not like Charlie
No, you're
Kirk.
entitled. Don't.
That's weird.
That's true.
Oh, so now it's based on opinion. So what? I don't like
No, I'm
fucking
saying
John's
it's
opinion.
weird that you're going around to
What's
talking
weird?
to people
This is
on
fucking
the
context.
internet
This is the
about
show.
how much
We
they
talk
hate
about it. What do you mean?
Charlie
This is
Kirk.
fucking today's society. We talk about shit.
It's just weird.
What's
It's
weird?
that You're
To
defending
have my own
him.
opinion about shit? How's that weird?
No, that
can I
you're
just-
yelling.
Can I
That you're
just-
yelling.
Can I just say something
Because
for a
You
second?
want me to believe what you believe, right?
Because Joseph, yesterday, for example, you came in twice, and both times you began yelling. Now today you didn't do that. You waited a little bit, like 4 or 5 seconds,
that.
and then maybe on the 6th or 7th second, then you started yelling. So I appreciate you. Giving me some buffer zone there with you. But yeah, that's what Paul is talking about. That you're yelling at strangers on the internet. To what purpose? To what purpose?
That's weird because I felt offended by that. I feel like I know you guys.
Well, I mean, you know what I'm saying.
But we're just randos on the internet,
You're
right?
taking that too literal, right?
Yeah, but Charlie
So's
Kirk,
John over there, but you're not
Charlie-
giving John about a
No,
fucking hard time
I'm
about
gonna
it.
say something.
His
I'm gonna
fucking
say-
blood pressure's through the fucking roof.
He didn't
No,
come
hang on.
in
No,
immediately and start
He don't
yelling.
like my
He didn't
opinion.
start that, Joey. He didn't start that until you started yelling.
Right. Precisely.
So,
the name calling.
Okay, so you match energies.
That's
he
right.
matched your energy, yes, and
Good.
it
That's
was
right.
it was
Good. That's what I did.
irritating me for both of you doing it, even though I knew
Yes, I
he
know.
didn't start it. It still irritated me.
I see you with a smile when we start arguing, so I don't know how irritating.
It can be
Sometimes I'm
funny
sure it
for
is.
about 2.5, maybe 3 seconds sometimes. But
I
then
get-
after
I-
that,
I
it's
get
like,
passionate
look,
about
watch Piers
shit. I ain't gonna
Morgan.
lie.
Watch Piers Morgan. If you see when his panelists start yapping, I guarantee you it irritates the fuck out of him, but he thinks it's funny when it starts. You'll see a little smirk come across his face. So that doesn't really say anything other than, what the fuck am I watching? And then I want to push this button right here, this button right here. Here it comes. Because this is where we are. So I don't get it. And, Paula doesn't get it either. I'm glad somebody else doesn't get it.
You get it because what don't we get though? You're gonna bash me. You don't get it because you don't like my opinion. You want me to have your guys' opinion. That's weird
Joey,
to
that's
even
not
say
it.
that.
Joey,
No.
can
You
I-
want me to side with you guys and say,
No,
yeah, he
that's
was
not
a
it.
racist
No, that's not it.
based on other people.
No.
Joey.
So that's weird?
No, Joey.
Is that
how about,
what do you find weird?
I'm going to have a crack at this. Joey, do you
All
reckon
or
you can,
liberal? What do you find weird?
Okay, I'll answer it. The fact that you immediately, the moment you jump into the live, you start yelling.
Oh,
that's what I was
you find
talking
weird.
about.
I thought it was because I don't agree with you guys.
Because
And I don't
there was a
agree
period of
that he's-
time
Then
where
Paula
you would
called
come
me
on
weird
the
'cause I don't
show.
agree
No, nobody's saying you're weird.
defending Charlie Kirk,
Nobody's saying
and I
you're
don't
weird.
agree that he's a racist.
Can I answer? Will
You're
I answer?
defending a guy
Joey,
you
let me-
don't know
can I answer?
against a bunch of people you don't know.
Yeah, right.
That's
Makes
weird.
sense.
Yelling.
No, and you're yelling.
No, that's weird. And what do you got? You're defending
getting
that
extraordinarily
he's a racist,
passionate.
that
I
someone
feel
you
like
don't know.
you're
So
about to have a
you're in
heart
the same
attack.
weird boat I'm in.
You're saying I'm defending that he's a racist. Joey, what did I just say? Earlier, it was just like not even 10 minutes ago. I said I don't know if the guy's a racist, but when I hear the words that he says, that's all I have to go off of.
That's skating a line. That's fair. You're skating a line.
I don't.
But I see when your panel says it, you don't disagree with it. You just kind of agree with them. But when I say something, you totally disagree with me, and then you use words like, "I'm just going about what I hear."
Somebody else can take his words and believe him to be a racist, and I understand why they would, because of the words that he spoke.
But I don't know. I think that guy Charlie Kirk is just a professional provocateur. I mean, that's just what he does. I mean, he doesn't really actually care about anything. He's just making a living from provoking people with hate speech and fucking bullshit.
Hate speech. Fuck off.
Well,
just because it's hateful, you agree, and that's the problem, and that's probably why it got him gunned down.
I mean, do you have a poster? Do you have a poster in your bedroom that you whack off to every night?
That's the kind of shit right there.
No,
if you don't agree with it,
you're up here
because you have a difference of opinion.
You're up here on your hill, and you're like, this man was a great guy. He was Jesus. He was MLK. Listen,
I never said that. You're putting words in my mouth, and you're exaggerating shit.
But
You're not like that,
he was
Paula.
deplorable.
Let's not exaggerate.
It's hyperbole, Joey.
I thought he was disgusting at the way he made his living, just like I thought Rush Limbaugh was disgusting because of the way he chose to make his living. They made their living by being provocative. Nobody's going to buy.
You're going to use the word provocative to make it to demonize it.
Nobody's buying.
He debated people.
Oh my God.
Okay.
But you want to use the word provocative like it's a bad.
They're just manipulating Christianity.
And manipulating. Come on, let's put all the hateful words in there. Let's see.
This is Paula's timer. Let's let her finish.
I just don't see why it's not obvious to you.
Good, Paula.
I don't know how it's obvious to you.
Well, like his wife is standing up pretending to cry.
Paula,
Paula,
you don't have to do the accent. You don't have to do the accent, Paula.
That's funny. No, it's just.
I'll put your time back. Go ahead.
It's all right. Paul Krugman doesn't sell books because you know why? He's just very not confrontational. He's very milquetoast. I mean, nobody gives a shit about what he says. But somebody like Rush Limbaugh, somebody like Charlie Kirk, and there are people on the left as well. They sell their books by being assholes, right? And then they get people that buy it, and then you get people who hate them, and it's like a self-fulfilling marketing cycle, right?
Exactly.
And you're elevating him to be something he was not. And that's my opinion, and you can hate me for it. But I think it's weird that you're defending him, Joey, because he's not even as good a man as you are.
Yeah, I'd say that too.
Because
I actually like, generally, Joey, I like you, but on this, I just don't get it, dude. I honestly don't get it, because the part of the thing I don't get is maybe we're having this opportunity now to actually just be able to say, well, the facts of the matter here, right? Well, what Liberal said, when there's so many words that just offend our sensibilities because we know them to be words that hurt people. It's that simple, right? Forget the label you put on the words hurt people, right? Now, there are some people who get enjoyment from others being hurt, right? And that's largely who these provocateurs are playing to, okay? Now, that's what upsets me, because I don't like people getting hurt, especially people who are vulnerable. Because I say, why would you do that? Would you kick a fucking baby or a cat? Will you hurt an animal? I mean, why would you do it? Just don't say those fucking things. That's why I'm offended. And then I'll finish. When Christian nationalists, KKK members, claim to be Christian, I mean, go fuck yourself. And I don't mean you, Joey. I mean anyone who makes that argument.
If
Right?
you
Well,
are a KKK member, you are this, you're that, go fuck yourself trying to be a Christian. Totally agree.
right.
And that was
So
the point
I'm
that
saying to you,
pastor earlier
But he
was
wasn't,
making.
though. You cannot prove he was at least.
what I'm saying to you, Joey, is that though I don't believe he was as bad as a KKK member in the sense that he was obviously not doing the extreme things that they did, including the physical shit, the reality is he was still hurting a lot of people with what he was saying. And part of the problem is that his faith calls him to forgive people, right? So the whole idea of him saying black women who are obviously qualified, and he named four of them. He named four of them, Joey. If he said it in general about DEI, if he said it in general about DEI, well then you'd have a point. But when he names four high achieving women, which the Reverend then said they've got 8 degrees between them, and he didn't finish community college. I mean that's the point. You got a bloke who didn't do the work, pretending that he's got merit over those who did because of the skin color, and that's hurtful. And it hurts me because it's just not truthful, and it's not Christian.
Here, here.
Appreciate your opinion.
I'm actually going to go
No,
ahead
and I
and
just
drop
want to
here,
just
guys. Thank you for having me, Liberal.
Oh, Midnight, did you want to add anything before you went?
Oh, yeah, well, just real quick, I am really more like, because I'm from Texas. Over here, someone that actually knows the Bible, that actually read the Bible cover to cover, we need to stop putting on a pedestal about how like the patriotism is Christian. No, it's not the Christian way. Being Christian is a lifestyle, yes, but your God is not above everybody else's, and that's actually what I'm going to close with.
I'm just really surprised how Christian
Thank you, Midnight.
America seems to be. And I mean, I grew up in fucking Catholic Ireland. Jesus Christ.
You have to put the air quotes.
I think they
Christian.
I think they think they are.
Christian. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's a TV show in UK and Ireland. It's called Father Ted. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but there's always this 2 priests on a fucking island off the coast of Ireland, right? It's quite funny actually. But there's this famous line where one of them says to the other, he says, hey Ted, you're not supposed to take this shit seriously, you know that, And I think that kind of sums it up. It's kind of like, Catholicism, Christianity, yeah, it's all great. You're just not supposed to take it so fucking seriously, And I think maybe that's missing a bit. But I don't know. I'm just surprised how Christian America is, or maybe it has always been. I just don't know. I didn't realize that,
Yeah, it's. I mean,
As far as what? What do you mean?
Well, it appears to be quite Christian. You know what I mean? That there is.
Well, Loudmouth likes to try to debunk me on this. It was formed on a Christian basis, Christian country.
So was Ireland. So was Ireland, but we kind of grew
Liberal
out
says
of it.
no. So you're asking how? That's how. I mean, your roots were planted, and that's it. I mean,
yeah, but I guess, and look I mean, this is just an external perception, so I could be fucking way wrong. I don't live in America, so I don't understand what it's like.
Oh, you don't?
From a community perspective, I don't understand. But what I could just, in relation to my own country in Ireland, which was a quite historically Catholic culture, over maybe the last 50 years, we've kind of evolved to a little bit more secular society. And I've kind of maybe matured from a faith perspective. And it's not so, I suppose, pervasive in our culture now. I don't know what American culture is like from that perspective in the context of Christianity. But from externally, it looks that it has quite a large influence in your culture, and I suppose I'm just surprised to see that.
I mean, it's weird. I was born here, but I was raised Irish Catholic.
Yeah.
My mom's from Ireland. Her parents are from Ireland, so
that's the good
and
side, Joe.
I've swayed and I've swayed from Catholicism and a more Christian base.
Yeah.
And I don't, so me being American, I caught between two. And I don't know if it was just me being American or just being friends with Christians and friends with Catholics. And then my personal opinion I just found Catholic religion to be more, I don't want to say voodoo, but more.
Yeah, don't worry, I won't be offended.
Ritualistic.
Ritualistic. Thank you, John.
Yeah.
Yes. And it was like, it kind of creeped me out. Like, whoa, very ritualistic.
I mean, from growing up in Ireland over the years, I just think Irish culture just got really fucking pissed off about being manipulated by the clergy, and I see I see the next generation coming up now, and it's just totally different, And I guess maybe just as our culture just had bad experiences with Catholicism over the last 30 years between clerical sex abuse, scandals, and the manipulation by the church and state, etc., etc. And it just really pisses me off to see maybe devout Christians, true believers, maybe in America, being manipulated.
Right.
And they are being manipulated. This Erica Kirk lady is make no mistake about it. I mean, the fucking dog in the street is telling me that. She's just a manipulative fucker, And I'm not sure what her cares in religion are. You can see her standing at that stage, pretending to wipe away tears, etc., etc., and talking about Christian beliefs and this, that, and the other. I just don't buy it. I think she's just manipulating people.
I'd like to add to that if I can.
Yeah, I could like to add to that too. Just on her. Look, I will admit, I find it a little strange that she's coming out like that and doing stuff. But one thing I've learned through life, my personal experience, and I'm sure plenty of you guys, every single one of us grieve differently.
Yeah, that's true.
Like completely.
Yeah.
Like it's not no one pattern. We cry, we just can't talk. There's some people like
grief
that.
is dreadful. Yeah, that's
grief
true.
It comes in many different forms, and
it's all dreadful. Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to believe that that's maybe somehow the way she's coping with her grief, and I do find it a little strange. Not gonna lie. And just as much as I find people that do nothing but constantly cry through grief and just can't keep their composure, I find that a little strange. Like,
well,
sorry, Mr. Wednesday, I had hit accept earlier. I guess it didn't register, so my bad. I meant to bring you up.
How you been, bud?
Pretty good. Now we got a couple of new people. Did you want to finish that thought? Was that Joseph?
Yeah,
was that John?
Go ahead. I was just going to make that point. What Sticky said about good American Christians being manipulated, and that's why two things happen, Joey, when you come up. Right, first is if you come up with that approach, right, just anger straight out of the gate. And because of my knowledge, and we were already talking about this, how I approach, because of my corporate experience, that sort of bullying. Okay, so you're going to get me fucking hardcore every time you come at me that way. All right, and especially when I think it's a principled issue, which I do in this case. And I just say, Joey, I actually think, and Paula said it, you're a better man in my view than Charlie Kirk. That's simple as that. And I think that you deserve better than to have a false idol like that be the person to look up to in your beliefs, if that's how you see it, Just like,
I don't put too many people of high idols in my life. I really don't. I think that's a dangerous path.
Well, that's good.
I think you're a pretty good guy.
That's why I can't understand why you so.
And I will explain why I came in like the gate. Sorry, so the timing is everything. Like if I would have came in 20 minutes before and you guys were on a different topic and we led to that, I came into that preacher just bashing. To me, it was, and I know where he was getting at. He was just bashing, and people are still that, cared about Charlie and not like personally, but just believed in something like that, and thought he was just pew-pewed for just his opinion. and to go debate people in a civil, nice manner. Sorry, if you, some things, everybody is not going to agree with what you say and do, but still, it's still fresh and raw, and they just, I don't know. So I did come in heated, so I apologize.
That's
If I
all
would have came
right.
in 20 minutes earlier, I probably wouldn't have did that.
Well,
I was a bit surprised.
The point of the video, the guy wasn't even in my mind wasn't even shitting on Charlie Kirk. He was just saying, and it's a message to his congregation: stop pretending to be Christians. Whether you believe that he was using a good example or not in Charlie Kirk, the message I think is still a good message. Because we see a lot of that, and it makes Christianity look bad as a whole. It does. When I don't think it I don't think it should be, because based on the words in the New Testament, at least, it's based on goodness.
And forgiveness.
Right. And I mean, that's my reading. The Old Testament, now, that's a whole different fucking ball of wax there. That
Hey,
those people were.
Do you know what? Do you know what though strikes me about the whole thing as well? Right, is the open categorization of the guy that shot and killed Charlie Kirk, categorized as being on the left or the right, whatever the fuck he was. I don't know, but clearly the guy was a fucking nut job, right? And that's where it should end. I mean, but if you have your head of state categorizing and saying that this was Democrat, whatever the fuck it was, that is lethal. I mean, that is just fucking amping up the temperature in your population to a level that is just tipping over. And I just can't get my head around how Trump stands up and just fucking stirs the pot. The guy that fucking assassinated Charlie Kirk should be locked up for the rest of his fucking life. And there's no left or right or fucking liberal or Democrat or fucking Republican about that. And I don't know why he's not able to just say that to your it's if nothing else, it's his fucking civic duty.
Hey guys.
You're absolutely right. And Duchess,
civic
what's up, Duchess? Now I will move along, but Duchess, give me just a second. Do you have a lot of time? Because I
don't. I got like 5 minutes.
Then
I'm
I know Duchess. I know she came in later, but she is usually at work around this time. So let her speak first, and then I'm going to get the new panelists in that haven't spoken yet. And Pup, I know she came in after, but please, Duchess, go ahead.
I gotta go. If you wouldn't mind dropping me down, I'll get back on later.
Is that okay, Pup? My apologies.
It is Kirk related, but I'm sure it's going to be a
well. I tell you what. Since you also have to go, you do have an echo, by the way. Let me let you make your statement, and then you can drop. Would you like to do that? Would you like to do that, Pup?
I didn't hear you. I was turning off the
Bluetooth. Yeah. Would you like to make your statement and then drop? I didn't realize you had to go. Okay, yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead. 75 seconds for you.
So when it comes to Kirk, I didn't even hear his name until after his passing. So all that information was kind of thrown at me at once. I looked into the guy. Community college dropout. Gets popular on YouTube over political commentating. Starts up a podcast. Then starts up a charity, Turning Point USA. Within that charity that he started in, I think it was 2012, he then goes and does pretty well for himself. He's making $75,000 a year from the charity. Then in 2020, all of a sudden he goes from $75,000 a year income to $300,000 plus income in 2020.
Awesome.
So that seems a little sus. It's not unheard of, but it seems a little sus. And then when you look into him a little further about what he's actually talking about and everything like that, his charity is giving out donations to political campaigns, which is a violation of 501(c)(3)s. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to tell people who to go and vote for. You're not allowed to tell people that your charity is supporting such and such campaign of a political person. So for me to feel bad on that aspect, he's already doing things that are not supposed to happen. And then I hear what he's saying. Everything that he's saying, he's thriving off of people's hate and anger. He's not giving out solutions that don't resolve by people uplifting. He's solving the solutions with putting other people back down.
That's it. He's just creating content.
It sounds like a person that just did nothing but watch sound bites.
But here's the thing, like,
there's plenty of footage of him being so kind and nice to people. But go on.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. There's also footage of Hitler.
Go on. It was more. There's more content of him being so nice to people.
I want to make this point.
But go ahead with your fucking.
Yeah, and I think this is important because even in my live, in my space, I look at the numbers. I care about whether I have viewership or not, right? Hate, arguments, and inflammatory shit drives numbers. So if you're trying to create a space where you can affect change, sometimes you have to engage in some of that because otherwise people don't fucking show up. And so
is that why you invite me up all the time?
Point, no, I mean I invited you up because you made a statement in the comments. Otherwise, I would have left your ass in there. But the point is that a lot of the shit you see, we've been driven to this because of what people are watching. You give the people what they want, essentially. And what they want is this vitriolic crap that we have to fucking engage in. And it's problematic. And Charlie Kirk, whether from the beginning his goal was to create inflammatory shit, I don't know that it was because of that necessity to engage in that inflammatory shit just as a result of what people are wanting to entertain themselves with. It's fucked up, but it's a bad situation that we're still in to this day. It's true. Yeah, and Pup, I really appreciate the comment. Thank you so much. I'll go ahead and drop you down if you need to go. I'm going to bring in the new panelists as well.
One last thing that I do want to say.
Sure.
Einstein was Jewish. So is most of the people who started up NASA. For most of them, they worked for the funny mustache man. So to say that Kirk wasn't what he seems by the sound bites, I will give Joey that, by the sound bites, to say that what he seemed because he has people who are batting for him in his corner. Funny mustache man had people who were Jewish batting in his corner for a good long while. So you got to give him a chance and look at the bigger picture rather than saying, "Oh, well, just these sound bites are just sound bites." Well, those sound bites might be someone pulling the mask down for a moment. You got to look at the big picture. Look at what they're doing, how they're doing it, what they're not doing on camera. Now I'm ready to go down.
Okay, thank you, Pup. I appreciate that. And of course, if they do something that's off camera, we don't see it. So I can't really make assumptions about what he did do. You know what I mean?
Hey
off
guys,
camera.
I gotta go too.
Sticky, thank you so much. I appreciate
the bigger picture.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey Joey, good fun. You sound like a good guy. So it's fun talking to you. But thanks everybody.
What about you?
Good on you, Sticky.
Take care, guys. Bye.
See you, Sticky. Bye.
Bye.
Now, Duchess. Finally, I'm going to get to you.
That's okay.
Welcome in.
Guys.
It's good to see you. It's good to see you.
Good
Go
to
ahead.
see you too. So, of course, I had to jump in and Sticky dropped down when he was, because I have this disdain for people talking about the Catholic Church like they're epitome of Christianity, which they're not, because they're based in pagan rituals and whatever else. And America was based on the foundation of freedom of religion, so you could practice whatever religion you felt like you should practice without being crucified by the Catholic Church, which is what they were leaving. So here we are, and we're having this discussion about Charlie Kirk, and the guy who just dropped down wants to come up and say he didn't even know him before he was shot, or whatever, unalive. And, he's watched these sound bites and this and that and blah, blah, blah. Charlie Kirk, when he talked about black people and when he talked about marginalized people, he was talking about how the government plays one against the other. Nancy Pelosi is going to sit there and say that we're going to fight it whatever means, and nothing is, off the table, and they don't call burning down towns violence and cities violence over, whenever the guy was unalived by a police officer, but they're going to celebrate somebody who's sitting out there exercising their First Amendment and getting assassinated. It's hypocritical. Like, instead of playing one side against the other and thinking that being a liberal woke Democrat makes you a god or makes you, some sort of, unequivocal, everybody's got to listen to me and shut up, or you're MAGA and you feel the same way, you are the problem. It's about the regular ass people out here who have to go to work every day. And the fact that if we stood up together, the government is screwed. And so we can keep fighting over nonsense and stupid little, I believe this way, you believe that way. We should all believe the same. No, we shouldn't. We should all be free to believe how we want. And as long as you're not physically harming somebody or stealing from them, leave people the hell alone. Let them work. Let them go do what they want to do. I don't want my children exposed to, drag queen story time at the library, so I'm not going to bring them. That doesn't mean that I am a phobic of some sort. Like, let's quit hating each other for just having our own beliefs and wanting to do our own thing. And when people talk about Christianity and it's all about forgiveness, no, if you read the Bible, it's only about forgiving somebody who truly comes to you and has changed their ways and is apologizing. If you're continuing to do your fake ass shit behind someone's back to see them come down or to do something to hurt them, you're not forgiven, and it doesn't require you to do that. And again, Christianity has nothing to do with going to a building and a church and listening to a preacher. It's about you having a relationship with God. So you can take that, you can do with what you want to, you can have the relationship or not. And in the end, we'll only know when we die what comes of it.
Well, the rapture was yesterday. I'm still trying to figure out who all's left. I know you guys are left.
I didn't see a single fucking raptor. Not one, Tim. So they fucking lied to me.
I'm sorry. I had to do it.
Right next to me? Put him below me.
Now, and Duchess, like, I take the point you're making.
Single raptor.
It just, I don't know why people have to engage in, like, we do see people that will punch down and try to, like, blame the wrong people. And I think that's frustrating for people like on this side. Right, it's like, oh my God, we these rich fucking people are buying up all the farms that are now going bankrupt. Maybe this was all on purpose, right? These rich people are taking over all these corporations. They're consolidating power and control. Yet we have to, yet we're still like, they're still trying to blame the lesser of us, the people that are, historically oppressed, etc. Sorry, phone call.
Nobody is oppressed in America these days because everybody has the same opportunity. It's whether you take care of business and do the work to get what you want, or whether you're going to sit there and cry and pretend that you're some sort of victim because of your, whatever it is that you're crying about. You know what I mean? Like,
you're going to get pushback on that one from this panel.
Well, so
especially Pyra there.
Earlier,
we're still in a.
I had played a clip of, and I don't know if you saw this. The guy was a writer. He had, was sitting while black, for example. Now, while you may argue that's not oppression, when your life revolves around like being the one that everybody looks at when something goes wrong, like, what did you do? And that prejudice, and maybe it's not full on racism as much anymore, right?
13% of the population creating 58% of the crime is probably
part of the
problem.
That is a racist dog whistle, and that is an incorrect statistic.
Okay, whatever.
Just so
look at the numbers. Whatever you want to say.
So when you look at those numbers and you control for socioeconomic status, there's no difference between the races. Right. When you control for population and their statuses.
People are desperate, people do desperate things.
Yes. So, right. But that means it's still not okay to, if something were to happen, a kerfuffle, what have you, and immediately you look at the one person, right, just heightened suspicion because of the way they look. That's not okay. And people that deal with that, it feels like oppression to them, I'm sure. And so we can deal with that too, right? Because I assume you don't think that's okay either, right?
No,
so we can deal with
not.
that. That's what we're trying to do. And maybe the messaging on this side of the aisle is piss poor. And certainly I know a lot of attacks come in that way, and I understand why they get that way. But this is something that we should address. I mean, I think if put in the proper context, I think people would
but you can't
generally
sit here
agree.
and okay.
Well, Tim, if I could, I don't know if
can
I
I tell you one thing before I jump off?
Sure.
So you can't sit here and claim that you're a victim of something that you celebrate, and to celebrate, certain things as part of your culture, and if you don't participate in them, you're an Uncle Tom, or you're looked down upon by the other people of your community. Your community's doing it to itself as well. And it's like, okay, for example, if I'm alone in the dark and there is a person of color standing next to me dressed completely normal, and there is a white dude who is obviously homeless, I'm going to pay attention to what the white dude who's homeless is doing, because he's desperate. He needs, he's more likely to rob me than the person who's dressed like, say we're at a bus stop and he's ready to go to work. If we stop playing off of those things and we just start seeing people as what they are and stop placating to victim mentality, things would get a lot further.
Oh my God, I just
God,
can't.
thank you so much.
Well,
I'm so glad somebody finally interrupted and it wasn't me.
Yeah.
Oh my
I'm
God,
not gonna 100% agree with
I
that.
know I have to work. I know I have to wait my
Ted
time, but
Bundy.
oh my God, as an older black man who is probably twice your age, I cannot stomach what you're saying. I just cannot.
Okay.
I can't stomach it.
Holy
And
shit.
and and
That's all
so
I
and
can
I've been
say.
around and I've been around a hell of a lot longer than you probably at 75 years old. And I have a doctorate degree. I can dress however I want to dress. But when I walk in Dillard's, I still get shadowed. I still get people looking and waiting for me to steal something. And I've been around here a long time, and that's a burden that we carry. And
No,
so
I
when
have to
we, yeah,
leave to the
no,
comments.
I
I
know
have
you
to
got to
leave
live.
because I have an
I
actual
bet you
job.
do. And one of the
Not
things,
this
goodbye,
racist white
goodbye.
girl coming in here being a racist cunt and then leaving.
Oh,
What the
there's
fuck
nothing
was
but
that
dog
about?
Well,
whistles that you said the whole time, Duchess.
I mean, I just want to point out that she does work during this time, and she comes on her break sometimes. That's why I haven't seen her in a while.
I gotta tell you, I could give a rat's ass
and I'm
if she
only
works or if
saying
she
that
lives on the fucking curb. I
because-
gotta fucking
You
tell
really you right
now,
should.
but-
I don't
because
believe
I'm
it was
probably
her
the one who pays
intention.
for your food and housing.
But she has nothing
tell
but
you.
dog whistles and insults, and now she goes.
Well,
I'm just sorry.
I don't think that was her
And I
intent
understand.
to do that.
But that's who she is. Because
Sitting
what
here,
she has
and I'm
said
trying to
is
turn over a new
grossly
fucking-
offensive. She's grossly offensive, and I hate that she has to go to work. And maybe another day we can come back, because I have never seen so many insults in 5 minutes that I am dog whistling with those points that I cannot stomach. I just can't. So I'll go on mute because I spoke out of turn. But
No.
this is
That
just
was your
dang
that
ridiculous.
was your timer here. Actually, that
Oh,
was
okay.
your
Well,
timer.
last thing
Yeah.
I say, I still train my kids and grandkids. Don't leave a store without a receipt, because if they'll get somebody, they'll get you. We grow in and grow up like that. So I just hate that you say those things.
Ignorantly.
It does suck,
Oh,
and it does
Just
suck.
real quick question.
I'm
What's
trying
a
to turn
dog
over a
whistle?
new
What was
leaf,
her
and
dog
this
whistle?
racist used cunt rag comes up here,
What was
spews
her
all
dog
that
whistle?
bullshit, and then runs like the little roadrunner bitch that she is. Fuck that shit.
Duchess, do you have
What was
any
her?
more
I don't
time,
want to
or
sound
do
ignorant.
you need to go?
What was her dog whistle?
Her dog whistle was 13 over 50, and he explained why that wasn't right.
Yeah.
That's that right-wing dog whistle that says that black folks are inherently more criminal. That's what that 13/50 means, and that's what it implies. And don't try to make any difference. That's why
No,
the
no.
host.
I'm
That is
just
why.
truly
That is
asking what
why
her
the
dog
host.
whistle was.
That is why the host attacked it, said what he said. And I'm glad I didn't have to say it. But he's exactly right. But on the right, on that far right, that is used as a code for black folk.
Yeah,
And when she started
it's
talking about my culture and saying, well, you don't have the right to put down and call somebody Uncle Tom. Why are you all up in my culture? Do something about some of them 70+% SA people that's WYTE and deal with that shit. Why you got to come down and look at my people and talk to me about my people and what we should do with all the divisions you have on the other side as well? That's just the human divisions. So I just take great dissatisfaction that at my age, I still have to make sure that I have something in a bag. I can't go to the grocery store and walk out. I have to have my shit in a bag because if I don't, they're looking to see if I got a fucking receipt. And I've been living like that for 75 years. I am a PhD. I got 5 grandkids, and we have to teach them the same damn thing. So all that shit that she's talking about and that kind of
What
stuff
neighbor?
just infuriates me.
People need to take a class, and I really am being serious. I think that it's imperative these days, especially with media literacy, to take a class on dog whistles, on Schnazi dog whistles, on white supremacist dog whistles, because if people are going to continue to use them, then we should be able to point them out, and we should be able to not only point out why they're dog whistles, but then exactly the statistic that makes them untrue, right? Because really the only thing that can combat Methany over here dragging her ass at the
Methany.
fucking trailer park, dragging her ass into her little fucking Honda Civic that's running on 3 fucking wheels over to
Methany.
the Burger King fucking drive-through,
Aren't
and
you
then
being
coming in
hypocritical
here
right there?
and telling
You're
educated
judging
people
her.
she has an actual fucking job
Yeah,
while
she
she's
is.
spewing racist fucking dog whistles, can suck the whitest part of my fucking ass.
That's
gross,
That's
lady.
yeah, that was totally
It sucked the
TMI.
widest part of my ass. Hold on, when you said Methany, I've got a picture here somewhere. It's pretty funny. It's Methany from Mississippi.
Spewing shit through her 3 fucking collective teeth that are hanging
Yeah,
on
I
by
take
their
exception to the
fucking
anti-white hate on
gums.
TikTok. Can we please stop hating white people and not do that?
I think,
and I don't like how the guy did the 1350, but then he turns around and tries to do
And
the
then look
same
at your
thing for
photo.
white people.
You look at your photo. You're
Yeah, I
talking
like
about
Kanye West. Do you have a
anti-white.
problem
Look
with
at your
that?
photo.
If you don't like Kanye,
Yeah.
you're anti-black,
Look at
sir.
I don't care. Look at your photo.
Dead ass, you're anti-black if you don't like Kanye.
Okay,
Why does that?
hold on.
Me liking Kanye
Hold
has
on.
makes
TikTok
it
sucks.
a bad
Hold on.
thing?
TikTok sucks. Hold on. Let me. I'll get to you because, damn it, Dewey left. Dewey, my apologies. I was going to get to you, didn't get around to it. That's my bad. Knowledge is spoken, so I guess you would be next, TikTok. So let me get you a timer. Nobody interrupt. Let him say what he's going to say. Go ahead.
Hey, I appreciate it. And first of all, host is great. So, cheers to host for having a fair panel. But yeah, I noticed this on, being a white guy. I didn't used to think about race or people looking at me this way. And I 100% TikTok has made me realize that people in real life hate me because I'm white. And they see me and they hate me. And I listen to these people spew the anti-white hate nonstop on here. And I've even heard people say things like, white people are demonic. They're not fully human. And these people are getting gifted like hundreds of dollars, by the way. And it's ironic because I have like a ban warning on my account for posting factual information. But these people are doing anti-white hate. And nobody calls it out. Like, I'm tired of it. And that the stats you threw out, they're lumping in everything with white. And if you go to the left lane panel, they're going to bring up all these things and they're going to say white, white, white. A lot of that's Hispanic people. And then they pad the numbers and then they pretend they don't understand the per capita thing with the 1350, which is that a small subset of the black community commits way more crimes than other groups per capita.
Nope,
and I'll land my plane there.
Again.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
it's a fact, lady.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's
so
FBI
I
crime
would
stats.
Hey, I'm a white guy. I don't have any
listening
fucking
to
problems
know.
at all, you dumb
Reclaiming
cunt.
my time.
Okay.
Reclaiming
You
my
dumb
time. Fire is
cunt. I'm a
action.
white guy. I never had that fucking
So I
problem,
would-
you idiot.
Okay, guys. Okay, let me get
This
around.
man
Let me
right
get
here.
around. Let me get
You
around the
said
room.
You only
Let
yell
me
when someone
get
else
around the
yells at
room. I'm going to go to John. I think wanted to jump in there. John, go
Yeah.
ahead. 60 seconds
Yeah.
for you.
No, I didn't say I only. I said if you come at me that way, I certainly will. But I'll also take the initiative from time to time. And I am a white guy. I've been on plenty of panels, plenty of people of color, and I've never confronted that. And in fact, quite the opposite. When I get on Indigenous lives, I find them to be very welcoming, culturally beautiful, inviting me into their tribes, for crying out loud. See, the difference is I go in with an open heart. I don't go in with a racist fucking dog whistle like this cunt that's just come up here with his fucking bullshit. All right, because he's so fucking fragile.
Objection, John is a cunt. He's not even
Yeah,
American.
there you go.
Hold
You
on,
can't.
TikTok.
You're
Hold
so
on,
fragile.
TikTok.
You got to interrupt. There you go. You're just giving yourself up, right? You're so
You're taking the piss.
thin-skinned. You
Hold
can't do it, can you?
Dingo
Giving
got your
yourself up
baby.
again. You're just a little cunt, a little white racist
Your baby,
cunt.
mate.
Okay.
You're a white racist cunt, is what you are, and that's your problem.
Nah, sir,
You're
but you're
fragile.
a
You're
piece of shit.
thin-skinned. You just can't fucking man up. That's your problem. Your heart's is smaller than your fucking brain is. And if you can actually man up and open your fucking heart and your mind and actually listen to people that aren't like you, you'll find that they actually have some real problems. But you're more interested in fucking your own bullshit.
Okay.
What a fucking,
Your mother's
what a
an
fucking
ammo.
cunt you are. What a racist fucking cunt you are.
Okay. So let me go, since we've now had a.
Did you drop him?
I did not. I think he
Well,
got.
darn
I think
it.
no.
I
I
wanted
think
you to drop him.
no. I
I
think
think he was just
TikTok
rage
got
baiting.
him. No, I think TikTok got him because I saw a little gray thing pop up real quick. I did not drop him though.
No, I wish you would have.
You know,
Because I think he was just rage baiting. I don't even think.
possible.
That right there.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't even really hear what he was saying. What was he saying to John?
Oh, he was saying stuff about John's mom, or he was
He sort of
peanut
saying stupid shit.
gallerying the whole time. And that right there was proof positive that America is not a melting pot. It is a charcuterie board filled with like some good things, but mostly a bunch of useless crackers.
Yeah, and well, look,
Well, you're making his point by saying shit like that.
Right. Like, look, it's not that I don't think people are anti-white here. It's that it's this constant, like, victim mentality from them where they believe all of these other people who are in minority. And we've got people that have come out and openly stated the reason that they're upset because their numbers are starting to reduce and eventually Hispanics will take them over. I've had several people make this statement. And so when you get that and that level of like superiority shit, like the shit that Stephen Miller was speaking about at the memorial, that stuff is white supremacy. That's white superiority shit. And so this is how they choose to engage with that and rebut that by calling out white people. This isn't white hate. But I think most of the people maybe here are white. So they're not like self-hating, right? That's, I don't know.
I love when people tell me I'm racist toward white people. Bitch, where? I'm see-through. Get the fuck? What? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, Maverick makes a great point.
The problem is...
They're being honest. I love my racist out of the closet.
Oh,
and
yeah,
that's
I
why,
love
you know, people tell me, well, real quick, people tell me, drop them, kick them, drop them. Because you give them the thing that they need to, you know, deal with their own shit. Like,
to the light.
To make them look like an asshole, all you have to do is let them talk. And they do it themselves. You don't have to add into it. You don't have to make yourself look like an asshole. They look like an asshole all on their own. So show people that this exists. It's important that people see that shit. So dropping them and deplatforming them, that doesn't do anything because they'll scurry under and find other ways to fuck you. It's better to have them up here so everybody can see what's really going on.
And I can
I
call
think
them
the
a cunt.
problem these days, if I could, is that a lot of white people, especially white men, decide that them getting their feelings hurt is them experiencing racism, right? In some capacity. Like them being asked to hold anybody that looks like them accountable for anything that they've done is all of a sudden them being personally attacked somehow because they have learned, and I know because I am white and I come from a very racist family, was taught to cling so hard to that whiteness and to that identity that as soon as you're asked to confront that in any capacity other than like, oh, well, we're great and we gave turkey to the Native Americans and like, you know, all this other shit, people either choose to like sit with that on discomfort and stay in that and deconstruct because deconstruction is the rest of your life, or they choose to ostrich and they choose to, you know, live in the comfort of their racism and of their inherent white supremacy. And I deconstruction is hard, so I could also I understand why people don't want to do it, but also woman the fuck up, right? Get over it, cope, and start to fucking deconstruct from your inherent colonizer, because you're embarrassing the rest of us and you're literally hindering progressive critical thought.
Yeah, and I want to add to that because Pi is right. It's not only do they conflate their feelings being hurt with racism. It's worse than that. They can't take responsibility for their behaviour. They're like man children. I'm talking about the racists, the white supremacists now, right? So I'm saying the thing is that now there's two types. I think there's those who just can't see it and are racist by default, and then there are those who are perpetuating it and enjoy it, right? They play into it, and the thing is that it's actually a lack of responsibility, right? Like at the heart of it, saying, hey, you actually fucked something up here. What you've done, either individually or collectively, is fuck something up, and rather than you say, yeah, my bad, I'll change what I've done here, you're going to double down and keep fucking it up and making everything worse. Really? I mean, wake the fuck up. Grow the fuck up.
And real quick, let me, we got 19 minutes till the live ends. Guys, if you would just keep tapping, that helps push it out. It helps bring in new followers. I know it's coming to a close, but if you'd like to support this channel, got 4 donuts left that I'm looking to get out of 50. I do have Cash App also. If you'd like to send that, 100% of that goes to me. I'm not really supposed to say it, but fucking TikTok's gonna banana you for anything. So you can find me in Lib Loudmouth on Cash App, put the $ in front, and that'll get you to me if you want to donate and support the live. And with that said, let me get to Rage. I don't think you've spoken yet, and Paula, I haven't heard from you in a while either. So let me go to Rage and then to Paula. Go ahead, Rage.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, so I am one of the blacks. I'm a part of that group, I guess, if you want to call it a group. I think that this whole notion of deconstruction and all this inherent racism and all this psychoanalysis of what white people think is utterly not progressive. I think a progressive stance to take is understanding that race is futile and there's no inherent value behind race. I think if you collectively assign culture or value to a race, then you therefore are racist. We're all made equal. We're all Americans. I hope we're all Americans. So identifying under the context and the social construct of race is inherently non-progressive.
Okay, you got 30 seconds left. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. I did catch. So I just have to ask. You said you guess you are a part of the blacks. What? I understand. I don't disagree with your message. I didn't. It was weird to hear that. I've never heard anybody say that before.
Well, yeah, it's the racial group. People say a black community or a white community. I mean, we're all Americans. I don't know that we have segregated communities based upon race.
I see. Now, I mean, I take your point, I guess, but people, unfortunately, especially in this country, do see color. You acknowledge that, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, we would be crazy not to see somebody's phenotype, but what I'm saying is this argument that's being made of, oh, well, the black community this, the white community this, the Asian community that, it's all used to segregate us amongst ourselves and not unite as Americans. I think using language and verbiage like that is just a downfall. Race is futile.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. You're right about that. They certainly have used it. I mean, used to it was everybody was getting fucked all the same. It didn't really matter. Paula, you can address what Rage said or not. That's up to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, just don't be an asshole. That's pretty much my life philosophy. Just don't be an asshole.
Pretty good philosophy.
Pretty simple. I'm going to start a religion.
Don't be an asshole. It's like a 700-page book, and there's only
on the timer?
Only text. It's Paula's. It's the only text is "Don't be an asshole" on the first page, and everything else is blank. Do it.
You see my logic, then. Thank you.
Yes, I'm actually going to publish that book on Amazon, sell it, and become a multimillionaire.
She's an assholeian.
I'll give you 20% though, because you came up with the thought.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the woman discount. Sure, thank you. I appreciate you giving me anything.
Hey, you're right. I'm just doing what I can, because I'm not an asshole. Anyway, that's funny. Did you want
So
any
we all
time back,
kind of.
Paul? I'm sorry, you had stopped talking.
I've got to say that given that Paul is starting up the religion of Arsolian, that Joey is a perfect candidate to join.
That's
All right,
funny.
so I got a little quick point to make, and I'm not trying to.
Go ahead.
So we all kind of agreed, and you kind of agreed, liberal, and John kind of agreed, and Paula kind of agreed with the guy Rage just said, right?
Yes.
What?
Yes, generally speaking,
You know,
yes.
that's
Yes.
almost verbatim what Charlie Kirk did and said.
Yeah, I mean, he has said those things, sure.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
The
But
racist Charlie Kirk said those things.
Well,
like almost verbatim. I thought he was being verbatim by him.
The rate. I'm
Okay,
sorry,
well,
but
he's
I'm
still
sorry.
he's still got some time. I kept trying to chime in there.
Okay.
I'll
And I
respond
was
to
just
Joey, but go ahead.
And people's like what Pyro was saying, and the other gentleman were saying, and I totally, and I've seen this and this over and over again. So people's personal experience through life doesn't mean everybody thinks that same way. Like Pyro lumps, because of her personal experience, she even said, doesn't mean everybody's like that because you went through it personally. And just the other gentleman to my right, the same thing with him. Just because you're 75 years old, just because you went through
Don't do
that.
that. Don't do that.
Well,
Because
I'm
the whole
saying,
generation,
well,
because
you're
a
talking
whole
over me,
generation of us
and
went
I
through
get
that.
that, and I'm
And so don't do
empathetic towards
that.
that,
Don't
but
walk
don't
in my
act like
shoes.
we're all like I'm not
Don't
fucking.
step in my
You're
shoes.
ignorant. You're gonna
You
stay
don't step
ignorant.
in my
That's what
shoes.
you're
That's
gonna
all I
do.
say.
Okay, well,
Don't step in my shoes.
I wasn't stepping there. I was making up
Yes, you
just
are. Those
how.
aren't. Those
Give me
are.
an
Those are
example.
lifetime things that happen
Right,
to
and I
whole
agree with
generations of
you. It
people.
fucking happens, and
And
it'll
so
scar
and so,
you.
don't do that.
I
You don't
agree
get to
with
tell
you.
me. You don't
I
get
don't
to.
wear my fucking. I've
Joey,
agreed
let him
with you.
talk.
Shit. Well, he stepped over my time,
That's
and I'm
true.
saying I agree with you. Shit that you
Yeah,
personally went
yeah.
through, I
Well,
get and understand.
it's not
But now
me.
you're
It's a whole.
shitting on
There
me
are whole
for mentioning it.
generations of us.
Go on.
There are
Give him the
generations of
fucking
us.
timer.
Okay.
Let him
Well,
get his
generations
fucking
of us.
I
rage
wanted
out.
to respond to what you had said about Charlie Kirk, and that he had also said those things that Rage had brought up. What I wanted to say is earlier you'd asked what was the dog whistle. The dog whistle is something, it's language that's coded, right? It gives you plausible deniability so that you can always say, well, no, look what I said right before that. I said, I'm not a racist. And then I put a comma and I said, but, and then I filled in the rest of the stuff. You see what I'm saying? It's that language. So yes, somebody can say something that that others could point to and suggest that they're not racist. But when the rest of the stuff that comes out of your mouth can be construed as being racist, then it completely, eliminates what you had said prior to that.
And it's called a dog whistle because only the dogs hear
No,
it.
I knew what a dog whistle meant,
Well,
but I
I
didn't
just-
know specifically what she had said at the time because I'm walking around doing chores in my house, and I heard her say something about who's imprisoned, and I wasn't sure of what the exact dog whistle was he was referring to. What she
No,
said.
it wasn't
Well,
about
I
who's
was-
So I
in
didn't know.
prison. It
I was
about
simply-
a dog whistle.
I was
I know
simply
what a dog whistle
rebutting.
means.
I was simply rebutting your claim that he wasn't racist because he had said the things that we had agreed on. As a result of that, like, I'm not a racist, but let me say something racist. But I told you I wasn't a racist, so it's okay.
Right.
Right? It just because you say the thing first and
Game
you preface a nasty statement with a good statement. It's like, no, I wasn't being nasty at all. But,
Game
so
playing.
it not that it even matters. I just small pushback, but knowledge. Let me give you a timer, since obviously you probably want to get a full
Come
statement
after
in there.
me for agreeing with him. But
Well,
No,
go ahead. Knowledge.
I don't need to come after anybody because generations of us lived the experience and are still here. And so my point, and so I don't even argue that. That's futile with me. I want to go back to the thing about what he said about, isn't that what Charlie Kirk said? Well, Charlie Kirk also looked into the eyes of a 10-year-old black child on video. You can see it on YouTube, and said to him
sure
there
was
was
taken out of
civil
context.
rights. Don't describe the civil rights. Passing the civil rights laws was wrong. Was a mistake. You
I've
look
seen
at
that
our
whole
youth,
thing.
and
It's taken
you
out of
look at our
context.
that
But
you
go
look
on.
at that should not be anything that comes out of his mouth to one of our kids. He looked and he called Kataji Jackson, and Kamala Harris low IQ. I can't, but if I go on a plane and the pilot is black, I have to wonder if he's qualified, even though he would take the same test and the same field things that everyone else takes. So let's just not point it that he was that all these things were great. Those things were said.
Yeah, sorry, I got sidetracked. Somebody texted me. But no, I agree with what you were saying, Knowledge. I did hear the first part of that. Did anybody want to add to that? Or Joey, did you want to rebut?
Yeah, I wanted to add a point, if I can.
Okay, John, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say that one of the things that frustrates me, only because when I first started really talking quite deeply with a whole bunch of Indigenous people, both here in Australia and in Turtle Island, where you guys are, I guess I didn't understand actually the full scope of what it was that they were suffering under, right? I really didn't. And I had to listen. And the thing is, when Knowledge said, don't walk in my shoes, perhaps a way of saying it in a more universal way is to say, a bit like that other girl that came up in a lunch break. Look, if you haven't had that experience, and Joey, you said it, just because, Pi had a particular experience doesn't mean we all see the world that way. Well, that's true. So then you've got a choice. You can either decide to put your view onto someone else and say, well, no, I don't believe you because I've got a view that I'm going to impose on you. Or you can listen to them and believe them, or call them a liar, right?
Totally
So if basically someone says, hey, I'm suffering under the yoke of racism and I have for 75 years, and that white woman in a lunch break says, oh, well, it's just about, it doesn't exist, it's not real. Well, then she's just basically lying. I mean, she's not listening to him. She's not saying, well, if that your view is equal for you as mine is for me. So she's just saying, no, I'm going to impose my view on you because I'm not even going to listen to what you've got to say. I mean, that's
Well, I
the
totally agree with
reality
you.
of
I
it.
never sided with that lady.
No, I'm not saying, I wasn't putting you in that class.
I
I was
totally
saying,
100% agree with what you're saying.
but I was saying that I think where Knowledge said, don't walk in my shoes, he was basically saying that point, which is, dude, he's got a lived experience. And when he says this is real and these things are real, then I believe him. As simple as that.
Yeah.
I believe him. I have no reason not to believe him.
Anybody else want to?
Yeah, I wanted to respond to that about Ketanji Brown Jackson, all of that.
Go ahead.
Like this is why, like, I think that, like, racial collectivism doesn't work. When you watch Ketanji Brown say, like, she doesn't know what a woman is and she can't answer it, but somehow, like, represents the majority of, like, black women, and now black women need to feel offended by, like, the fact that people have outrage towards them saying, oh, well, I need to question this now. I mean, if you're saying that all black people represent one another, then you can't just say, oh, now, like, because she said something insane as to, like, I don't know what a woman is, but now I'm going to go on the Supreme Court bench and start ruling in favor of women, that you then have the answer to be surprised that if DEI is still around and exists and is utilized in these spaces, that somebody's going to second question to see if you really got that spot based off of merit or based off of color.
Do you believe that she got it off of merit, or do you believe that she got it off of color?
I think she got it off of color. I mean, Joe Biden quite literally said we will be nominating a black woman.
Yeah, I knew that you would come out eventually, and thank you for coming out finally. I appreciate that.
I mean, what does that mean?
Everybody else knows. Everybody else. Everybody else
literally
knows.
just came out as a
Again.
fucking moron. That's what she just came out as. A fucking moron.
I'm a moron that's black. Wait, so because I'm black,
I know his
telling
opinion.
you
It has nothing to do with you being black.
You're a
So when
fucking
Joe
moron.
Biden, wait. So Joe Biden quite literally said that we're appointing a black
You're
woman.
a fucking moron.
I'm a moron. Wait, I'm a moron because Joe Biden said out of his
You're a house
mouth
slave.
that we will
You're
be
a fucking
appointing
house
a
slave,
black
is what you
woman.
are.
I'm
You're
a
fucking house
slave.
slave.
Let him
Do
finish.
you hear that? Wait, I'm being
You're
called
a
a
house slave.
slave host?
Malcolm X.
You
Malcolm
were-
X.
no,
got you-
that's not what he
Malcolm
said.
I'm
X
being
has
called
got
a
your
house
fucking number,
slave.
cunt.
Can somebody
Malcolm
record
X
this?
has got your number, cunt.
Somebody
Okay.
record
Malcolm
this
X
and
has
send it
got
to
your
me.
fucking
John,
number.
it's being
John,
streamed.
Malcolm X
Hold
has your
on, shut
number.
the fuck up, everybody. God damn.
Whoa.
Shut the fuck up. Holy fucking shit. It's being streamed to YouTube, Rage. You can go on there if you want to clip it. You're welcome to do
I
that.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
And when I said
John,
I knew that you would come out. It had nothing to do with skin color. It had nothing to do with skin color.
It's
it was
not
just
coming out. You asked me a question.
Rage. Let me ask you this: do you believe that it's possible that she is also qualified to have that position, and that she was chosen because she was a black person? Do you think that's possible?
But I think
okay.
the priority was the priority was that it was because she was a black woman, because that's what Joe Biden said.
Do you believe that she was qualified?
I do think that she has pedigree too, but when that question was asked and she didn't answer it, it made me feel that she was incompetent to do the job of a Supreme Court justice.
Well, look, I watched Kavanaugh and his beer drinking. And look, he's on the Supreme Court, so I'm not going to use one little statement. But the fact is that you said that she probably has pedigree, which means you agree that she has merit enough to be on the Supreme Court. Yet you chose instead to focus on her skin color, when both things can be true at the same time. And to rebut what Charlie Kirk was stating, that she took the slot of a white person, that presumes that all white people are entitled to that slot, and if they're getting displaced by somebody else through affirmative action, which seeks to rebut the issues of generational wealth gaps that we have between the races in this country, then we're talking about a whole other fucking problem here. And I think it's
generational wealth is if we're like looking at generational wealth, most people that inherit generational wealth don't become millionaires, because if you look at the census data, most people that inherit generational wealth is $30,000 if that's through an asset, and then it's less than $10,000 if it's liquid cash. That's
well,
for most Americans.
look, you're focusing on like two words that I said out of
But that's not
an entire
generational
statement
wealth, though.
that I said.
But
We're referring
I
to
would
the
like to-
reasons for affirmative action, though. That was
our
the
country-
general statement.
Our country's almost 250 years. How long have women and minorities had the opportunity to vote?
Minorities have been able to vote since I think the early 1900s.
I think you need to
Maybe
know
like
before you come at me with "I think."
Well, I know because it's under the 14th Amendment to the Constitution.
But then there you go. So
So
white men have had control of all the levers in this country for over 100 years, 150, 200 years, and
that's not
you're
true,
going to sit
because you had.
here and you're going to argue. Well, yeah, we it is true, because we
So
also
okay,
had
so
Jim
then who
Crow.
was P?
We
So
also
then who was
had Jim
P.S.
Crow. Did we
Pinchback?
not have Jim Crow?
Yeah.
Did we
Wait a
not
second. So
have Jim
Paula,
Crow?
who was
Did
P.S.
we not
Wait,
have
who was
slavery?
Paula?
We
Who
did.
was
Did we have
P.S.
Jim Crow?
Pinchback? Are you gonna
Did
like
we
do this
also
whole like
have
white savior act right now?
Reconstruction? Are you going to
I'm
play a
like
black
trying to have a
victim?
discussion with you. Like, do you know
I'm
who
not
P.S.
having a
Pinchback is?
discussion with you. I'm pointing out how you're wrong.
I'm
It's not a
not wrong. So
discussion.
P.S.
We're not
Pinchback was the
debating.
first.
You're wrong.
Okay, I'm not debating. That's fine, but I'm gonna get like
No,
an
you're not
actual
even
fact.
debating the issue, Rage. You're not
Okay,
even
so what is
debating
your
my
question,
freedom.
Paula? What is your
Yeah.
question to him? And let's let him answer
I didn't
your
have a
question.
question to him.
Okay.
I was
Exactly.
not
She just
putting a
made a
question to
statement.
him. I
So
was not
so
putting a
liberal.
question to
I
She's
see.
him.
saying that
Okay.
white men controlled the whole country, right? You can look at
Well,
Louisiana. P.S. Pinchback was
let's
the
go with
first
that.
black governor. Was the first black governor of
Was that
Louisiana from
Louisiana or was that America?
1867 through
That's
1868,
interesting.
right?
So you're
So
saying black
they had
people
a
had
black
equal
governor, and then
rights
they
for
had a black
250 years?
secretary
You're
of
a
state.
moron.
The black secretary of
You're a
state was
fucking
Antoine
idiot.
Dubuclet. I'm an idiot because I want people to know that black people actually had power, and this notion that white people were just running around making sure black people were oppressed all throughout the South through all of this era. We
Why
don't
do you
talk
think I'm
about the
talking
positive
about
stories.
black people? I'm talking about
You don't want
women,
me to talk
fucker.
about the positive
I'm talking
stories,
about
Paula?
women,
You
asshole.
just want
I'm
people to
talking about
understand.
women. Well, you're the
No,
one
you
talking
weren't. You
about
just talked
black
about Jim
men.
Crow.
I'm
Keep up
talking
with your
about
stories.
women.
Stop gaslighting people, Paula.
Bullshit. You're a fucking house slave who talks over women because
Okay.
you're a fucking
John, you
because you
fucking
can't
did it
give them the
again.
fucking
That's
space.
not
Okay.
Please,
Hey,
Yeah.
no,
Massa,
Martin
please.
Luther
Massa,
King
whip
said
me,
it.
Massa.
Martin
Please
Okay.
whip
Luther
me,
King said
Okay.
it. Martin
Okay.
Luther King said it.
John.
Massa.
are you
He's
mad at
always
me
worried
like
about
you're
the
serious?
massa. He's more concerned about the welfare of the massa in the mansion than he is about the
John,
field
you
slave.
really need to
Massa,
take a
please
fucking
whip me,
lap.
Massa.
That's what you are. You're a
I'm
house
just gonna
slave. You know.
Okay.
You're not looking
Massa.
after. You're
All
not
right.
looking
We're
after.
Good
not.
John,
never
you
not a
need to
Look.
good
take a
time.
fucking laugh.
Yeah, look, okay.
Can I just
What
finish?
rage,
All right.
everybody? This guy's not really making
I
that much of
don't.
a.
Yeah, I
I
know.
mean, there's never not
I
been a
don't
good
get
time to
it.
be a white man.
And guys, hold, real quick,
There's never.
guys. Okay, hold on. John, I dropped you. I don't like that. I don't like you calling, black person a house slave. I understand what you're. I understand the rhetoric you're using. I just don't like that. That's a line for me. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. I guess. Well, I have somebody that may want to interject, but the live is technically over, guys. But I'd like to hear from Maverick. But Paul, if you want to finish what you were saying, you're welcome to. But then I'd like to get to Maverick.
Here was my statement. It's never not been a good time to be a white man in this country. Minorities and women have been oppressed virtually the entire time. Thank you.
You still oppressed?
Yes.
I beg to differ on that one. But
I mean, look, there's different levels of oppression, right?
no, and I get that too.
Yeah.
I mean, I was
So
going to say she might be oppressed in certain areas. Maybe that could be in her home life. She's oppressed.
I said virtually the entire time.
yeah. Now, was that the statement you wanted to finish, Paula?
That's virtually.
Because I believe
Yeah,
Maverick is
I
going to
wanted to
push back
say that
Eating a ham sandwich.
on
Joey, can I
me
finish?
dropping John.
Yeah, you can drop me.
No, you're fine. You can stay. But Maverick, I'm just making sure you were done. But go ahead, Maverick.
Yeah, I don't know why you dropped John, but John was incorrect in saying that he was a house slave. He's a field slave, John. There's a difference. He thinks that he's going to be in the house. He thinks that by making
This
these
is
statements
why
that,
racial
excuse me,
collectivism
Jigaboo,
doesn't work.
let me
This is
finish.
why.
Let
Okay,
me
bedwinch,
finish.
bedwinch. You
Stop.
need to calm down.
That's okay, but
Calm down,
guess what?
bedwinch.
Guess what?
Calm
Guess
down,
what?
bedwinch. Massa
Little
will let
boy,
you back in
little
soon.
boy, little
Okay.
boy. But guess
I'm
what?
gonna drop
I'm
everybody
not
else.
licking the boots.
This
I'm
this
not
is black
licking
on
the
black
boots
Thank you,
crime.
guys.
of MAGA. I'm not licking the boots of YT supremacy. I'm not licking the boots and bending over and grabbing my ankles so that these people can like me. All of
Man,
these
I'm
YT,
accepted by
excuse me,
God. I
I'm
don't
not
need
cutting you off.
acceptance by
Don't
man.
cut me
You're
off because you're
projecting.
Okay.
triggered.
I'm gonna give
You're
Maverick a
projecting.
timer.
YT.
I'm gonna give
Sure.
Maverick a timer.
you.
Rage. Just hold on. I'll give you a chance to respond, and then I'm gonna end the live. Go ahead, Maverick.
Don't ever think that you're going to come to a live with people who are twice and 3 times your age and bring that bullshit. You are nothing but a jigaboo to them. They want you in the kitchen, Uncle Ben, cooking the fucking rice. They want you next to Mammy and Aunt Jemima while they're making pancakes so that you can go out there and serve them. You will never be a part of MAGA. You will never be a part of, you say you're black or you're a black. I knew you were a piece of shit when you called yourself a part of the blacks. See, we know who you are. You're a bootlicker. You're a bent over, grabbing your ankles. This is who these people think of you as. And guess what? When they get everything they want, you're going to find yourself on the outside spewing that crap. You better go look at your sister, E.T.'s granddaughter, Candace Owens, motherfucker, because now she's turned a new leaf. Because, see, she knows what it's like to eat up her own people and eat up marginalized people. And now the wolves are coming to eat her fucking face. That's going to be you. You've been on the planet for 3 minutes. You better hope you're not one of those motherfuckers being a Christmas tree ornament somewhere in this country, bitch.
Okay. Rage. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I appreciate that liberal loudmouth, and I appreciate Auntie's crash out from hell. I don't believe in racial collectivism. I think racial collectivism is a downfall. It's blacks like her that think that they have ownership over the entire community, and when they have a dissenting opinion, now all of a sudden we're pleading for white interests or whatever the fuck they want to go with this time of the year. I don't seek approval from anybody. I'm accepted by God. Man means absolutely nothing to me. We're all created equal in the eyes of the Lord. I'm not MAGA. I'm an American first nationalist. I believe that America is the greatest country on earth. If we're truly going to live in the eyes of Martin Luther King Jr., that everybody so famously loves to quote, why do we still identify under these social constructs of race? They believe that there's this inherent value behind race and this collective mindset. But then when people start giving pattern recognition definitions and they start looking at things that are happening in the areas pertaining to crime that's happening at an out of control, disproportionate rate per capita, then they want to say, oh no, we're individuals. We don't all commit crime. We don't all do this. You can't say something as a black community and then change up and say, I'm an individual at the same time. The projection is real. Black people like her want to have this quote unquote guise of liberation so that way they can control their quote unquote narrative that they think the white man has stolen from them. Get over yourself, auntie. Grow the fuck up and realize that you're an American, not black.
Okay. And with that, guys, I'm gonna end the live. Again, this is why I went to one-on-ones. Shit gets crazy. Thank you both for being here. I appreciate both of you. Maverick, thank you for speaking up. And Rage, thank you for being up here with your thoughts. I appreciate that. Hope you come back. It is what it is. Like I said, if you wanted those clips, you can go to Liberal Loudmouth. I did stream this on there, so you're welcome to go in there and, clip that as you need. Guys, I will not be live tomorrow. I've got to do some traveling the next couple of days. So next couple of days, if I do go live, it'll be either in the evening or it'll be whatever, and it's going to be probably with shitty internet. So just drop me a follow, and hopefully by the end of the week, I will come back and we'll be live again. We'll see. I know a lot of people were upset by what just happened. I'm not a fan of it either, but, we're in America and these conversations take place, and they today took place here on my show. So, it is what it is. It's part of being in a free country, but how long is that going to be? Who the fuck knows? I guess we're all going to see. Thank you all so much for the support. I appreciate it. If you want to support the channel, even off of here, you can send me a Cash App, $LibLoudmouth on Cash App. I'd appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. Have a great night. Peace.